Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is. So leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. I was the only night guard in a shut-down pet research lab when the power went out, and the thing they were supposed to incinerate finally got out of the basement. That is the short version, the one I gave the detective and the hospital psychiatrist when they kept asking why my arm looks the way it does. It is the version you tell people when you want them to laugh it off, shake their head, and move on. Crazy old security guy got spooked by a raccoon, that sort of thing. This is not that version. Right now it is 2 a.m, and I am typing this at a cheap kitchen table in a one-bedroom apartment behind a Walmart and a gas station on the edge of Columbus, Ohio. The fridge is humming, the AC unit in the window rattles every few minutes, and my dog is lying under the table, pressed against my leg, like he is trying to hide inside my skin. Every few seconds, he lifts his head and stares at the gap between my bed and the wall, like there is something standing there that I cannot see. My left forearm hurts while I type this. Not the normal kind of hurt either. It feels like someone slid a cold wire through the middle of the bone and is slowly pulling it back and forth. When I flex my hand, I can feel the plates the surgeons bolted in place. When I think too hard about that night, about the way its teeth felt on my bones, the skin along the scar gets damp, like the body is remembering being open. You are probably listening to this in a car or in your kitchen or lying in bed with your phone screen glowing in the dark. You are used to this channel, to stories that end when the video ends. I used to put this channel on during my shifts at the lab, earbuds in, feet up on the desk, half listening while I watched empty parking lots and dark hallways on the cameras. So let me give you one rule before we start while you listen. Pay attention to the sounds in your own house, not just my voice. Listen under the fridge, hum under the heater, under the traffic outside. Listen for 4 little taps evenly spaced like tiny claws testing the floor, because that is how it started for me. Before the blackout, before the screaming, before the blood in the stairwell and the smell of burned fur in the incinerator room. Long before I saw what they had built in the basement of Emo Pet Labs, I heard it moving around down there, pacing back and forth in the dark, waiting for someone stupid enough to bleed where it could smell them. And on the night the lights finally went out, I was the only one in the building. 1.1, apartment at 2:37 a.m. If this makes it onto your channel, some of you are going to call bullshit. I get it. I would have too before that night. Before the blackout. Before my arm looked the way it does now. Right now, it is 2:37 in the morning, and I am sitting at a cheap, wobbling IKEA table that I put together wrong the first time and never bothered to fix. The screws in the left leg squeak every time I shift my weight. There is a ring from a gas station coffee cup staining the fake wood veneer. My laptop is so old, the fan whines louder than the fridge when it gets hot, which is pretty much all the time. If you are hearing this, it probably sounds like some guy telling a story into a mic. On my side, it is just the bluish glow of the screen lighting up a one-bedroom apartment behind a Walmart supercenter and a Speedway gas station on the edge of Columbus, Ohio. Out past the blinds, I can see the tops of the light poles in the parking lot, those orange sodium lamps that make everything look like a crime scene, even when it is just people loading groceries into a minivan. The fridge behind me hums like it has asthma. The cheap window AC unit in the bedroom kicks on and off every few minutes with a shutter that rattles the glass. Through the wall to my right, my neighbor's TV bleeds faint voices from some game show rerun. Out farther past all that, I can hear the low, constant rush of the highway. 18-wheelers heading towards somewhere better than here, or at least somewhere different. It is all very normal. That is the worst part. On paper, this is the kind of place where nothing truly strange should happen. You go to work, you come home, you fall asleep to whatever noise your neighbors make. You do that enough times and you die. End of story. I used to be fine with that. Now my left arm aches when the building gets quiet. I stop typing and flex my fingers, and there is a slow, dragging pain that starts somewhere in the middle of my forearm and radiates out toward my wrist. I rub the same line I always rub without thinking from the base of my palm halfway to my elbow, where the skin does not sit right anymore. The scar is a long, pale ridge under the harsh laptop light. The surgeons did what they could, I guess. It is straight mostly, but the edges are uneven, like someone tried to zip a coat and missed teeth in a few spots. The skin there never feels completely dry. Sometimes when the weather turns, it goes tacky, like glue that never cured. It is not infected. I have had it checked more times than I can count. It just feels wrong, like my body is still arguing with the idea that it should be closed. If I press down along the scar very gently, I can tell where the bone changes. You can feel the plate, the screws, the spots where the real bone picks up again. And then there are places that are just blank, like something should be there, and it is not. A missing tooth in an invisible jaw. There are moments, especially at this hour, when it feels like there is something inside the bone itself. Not pain, exactly. More like a cold bug crawling slowly from one end to the other, a wire being pulled back and forth. I will be sitting here trying to focus on the keys, and then this chill will snake its way along the inside of the bone, and I have to stop and breathe until it passes. The doctors called it nerve damage, phantom sensations, trauma. Pick your word. The cops called it an accident. HR called it a workplace incident. The psychiatrist called it a stress reaction from working nights combined with unresolved grief from my divorce, from losing my old job, from the usual stack of middle-aged failures. Everybody had a label for it, except the one I knew was true. Something bit me. It bit down hard enough to taste my bone. It did not die when they said it did. I tried to tell them. I told the detective from the city sitting under fluorescent lights in a beige little interview room. I told the hospital psychiatrist they sent in when I would not sign the first set of papers. I told the lawyer Emopet sent a guy in a suit that cost more than my car, and the second lawyer they sent after I yelled at the first one. I even tried to tell a therapist my sister found on the internet who did sessions over video. Every single one of them leaned on the same explanations. Night shift messes with your head. The human brain fills in gaps when it is scared. Do you think it might be easier for you to live with what happened if you believed it was something other than an animal? No one wanted the version where the company had built something in their basement that learned to like the taste of fear. Nobody wanted the version where that something is not completely gone. So I am giving it to you. I am giving it to whoever is reading this aloud on your channel, and to whoever is listening at home or in their car or in some other crappy apartment like mine. If this makes it onto your channel, some of you are going to call BS. I know that. I used to sit in a different guard booth watching empty parking lots on split-screen monitors with one earbud in, listening to stories just like this and calling bullshit in my head. But if one person hears this and recognizes the sound I'm about to describe, then I am not alone. If someone else out there has heard it in their walls or under their floor or from the wrong side of a locked door, then this is not just my problem anymore. Under the table, my dog shifts and lets out a low, uneasy rumble. He is a pit mix from the shelter, 60 pounds of muscle and drool and bad gas. The kind of dog that does not flinch at fireworks or thunder or the UPS guy pounding on the door downstairs. He sleeps through car alarms. He snores through police sirens. Tonight he is lying with his body pressed against my left leg, like he is trying to wedge himself between me and the rest of the room. Every time the fridge cycles off and the apartment drops into that weird, soft silence, his ears flick up and he angles his head toward the bedroom, more specifically toward the narrow strip of darkness between my bed and the wall. If I look over my shoulder from here, I can see just enough of it to piss me off. I keep meaning to shove the bed fully against the wall or move it or do something. But one thing I have learned in the past year is that some gaps never really stay closed. No matter what you push in front of them, something finds a way to squeeze through. He growls again, just under his breath. Not barking, not whining. A warning sound the kind dogs make when they have already decided there is a problem, and they are just waiting to see if you are smart enough to listen. He does not growl at fireworks, I say mostly to myself, partly to the invisible audience I am hoping for. He does not growl at UPS trucks, but he growls at that gap. On the other side of the shitty drywall, my neighbor's TV laugh track swells and dies. Somewhere a toilet flushes. A truck on the highway leans on its air brakes and moans past. The AC kicks on with a clunk and a little cough of warm air before it manages to haul in something cooler from outside. Normal sounds. Safe sounds. The wallpaper of late-night America. I wish I could say, that is all I hear. I pause with my fingers over the keys, holding my breath without meaning to. It is a habit I picked up in the basement of Mopet Labs, listening for things that did not belong. The fridge has shut up. The AC is mid-cycle more air than noise now. The neighbor's TV finally goes quiet. For a few seconds, the only sound in my apartment is my own pulse in my ears and the tiny hitching breaths my dog is taking under the table. Then somewhere under all of that, I hear it. 4 small taps, spaced evenly. Not loud, but sharp enough to stand out. The sound of something hard and precise touching something hollow. Tick, 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 tick. It is faint, but it is here, and it is wrong because I know that sound. I know it in my bones, literally. I heard it on concrete stairs 3 floors below ground. I heard it on metal grating outside a locked lab door. I have heard it on recorded audio from a place no one is supposed to have access to anymore. Now I am hearing it in my apartment, in a building that has never had a basement in a hallway, where the only animals should be somebody's fat orange tabby and a couple of squirrels that live in the gutters. By the time I am done telling this, you will know why that sound matters. You will know why my dog will not stop staring at that gap by the bed, and why my arm feels like there is a cold tongue tracing the inside of my bone whenever the world goes quiet. And if you ever hear those 4 little taps in your own house after the video ends and the room goes dark, you will know exactly what I am afraid of. 1.2. How a guy like me ends up guarding a dead lab. People hear security guard at a biotech lab and picture some ex-military guy with a tactical vest and a jaw made of granite. That was not me. Before Mopet, I spent most of my adult life in warehouses. I know the smell of cardboard dust better than I know my own cologne. I can tell you which brands of pallet jacks squeak and which ones hum and how to stack cat litter so it does not crush the dog food on the bottom. I worked nights a lot back then too. Less management breathing down your neck, just you and the forklifts and the radio. Then the company decided they could pay one guy to do the work of 3 if that one guy was 20 and desperate enough not to complain. The rest of us got a donut and a sad little meeting about restructuring. I walked out with a box of my things, and 2 weeks' pay like that made up for the years I had given them. I bounced around for a while. Couple months of unemployment checks, some under-the-table labor, a failed stint at driving for one of those delivery apps that eat up your car faster than they pay you. My knees were too shot for warehouse work full-time, my back was starting to go, and you can only lie on job applications about heavy lifting for so long before your body calls you out on it. Security seemed like a decent compromise. You sit, you walk, you write things down. You take a course, you get a little plastic card, you put on a uniform that looks more official than your life actually is. The training company promised exciting opportunities in corporate environments like anyone has ever been excited to sit in a lobby at 3 in the morning, watching an automatic door open for nobody. Most of the contracts were boring in a comforting way. Car dealerships, empty office parks, a self-storage place that smelled like dust and divorce. You learn pretty quick that most of the time, the scariest thing you will see overnight is your own bank balance. Then my dispatcher called about a new gig, Pet Laboratories, some kind of animal research place, he said. They're downsizing or decommissioning or whatever. Night guard only 10 to 6 Monday through Friday. Decent pay. Light foot patrol. Must be okay with animals. Pet, I repeated, like maybe if I said it slowly, it would make more sense. Like emotional support. You know. Therapy dogs comfort cats. People love that shit. Anyway, they want somebody who can handle the idea of a test beagle without crying about it. You in or not? He texted me the listing a minute later. The ad was straight out of HR hell. Night security officer, biotech facility. Competitive hourly rate. Light patrol of secure premises. Must be comfortable around animals. Must sign non-disclosure agreement. Background check required. The pay was $2 more an hour than I was making watching cars sleep on a lot. They offered benefits if the contract went long enough. Comfortable around animals did not scare me. I like dogs. I like cats. I did not know yet that there is a spectrum of animal that runs a lot farther than pets and raccoons. If I am being honest, it was the biotech part that hooked me. It sounded cleaner than oil stains and forklifts. Clinical. Professional. Like I might come home smelling like hand soap and printer paper instead of diesel and mildew. So I said yes. The first time I saw Pet Labs, it was daytime. Mid-afternoon, late fall, that washed out sunlight that makes everything look like a photograph from the 80s. The facility sat at the far end of an industrial park past 3 other buildings with names like Prologix and Midwest Fulfillment. Cracked asphalt potholes full of last week's rain dumpsters leaning against chain-link fences. Pet's building was low and wide, more bunker than office. The front was a wall of mirrored glass that reflected back the sad rows of cars and the thin line of trees in the distance. Around the back, I could see the delivery docks where semi-trucks used to line up. Now the loading bays were empty doors rolled down a couple of weeds starting to push through the concrete. There was a big sign by the road with their logo on it, or what was left of it, a stylized outline of a dog and a cat forming a heart shape between them. Someone had spray painted a smiley face over part of it, so the cat looked like it had 3 eyes. Beneath the logo in smaller letters, Pet Labs, where science meets compassion. Someone else had scratched out compassion with a key. Inside the lobby looked like every other corporate lobby I had ever seen, just with more posters of golden retrievers and kittens. Motivational slogans about better living through bonding and pets, our family too, lined the walls. There were brochures neatly fanned on a coffee table about next-generation emotional support companions, all of them showing smiling people hugging fluffy animals. The HR rep who met me did not look like she had hugged anything in years. Her name was Sandra, according to her badge. Mid-40s, stiff hair sprayed into place, a gray blazer that probably cost more than she wanted you to notice. Her eyes did that thing some HR people's eyes do, where they are technically pointed at you but never land for very long. "Thank you for coming," she said, like I was doing them a favor instead of begging for a paycheck. "Let's get your paperwork started." She led me into a small conference room that smelled like coffee and dry erase markers. A thick manila folder sat on the table stuffed with forms. She slid it toward me with 2 fingers like it was something slightly unpleasant. "This is the non-disclosure agreement," she said. "Standard." Because of the nature of our work, you will be exposed to proprietary information, experimental protocols, possibly some materials that are not public knowledge. Materials, I repeated. You mean animals? She smiled without using her eyes. Among other things. We just need you to agree that you will not discuss anything you see or hear on site with anyone outside the company. In perpetuity. The NDA was thicker than the training manual I got for my security license. Pages of legal language, all the usual phrases, trade secrets, confidential data, injunctive relief. One clause in particular stuck with me even then, a line about biological agents, including but not limited to living or formerly living specimens, tissues, fluids, and derived products. I remember thinking that was a weird way to talk about beagles and cats. Sandra watched me sign every page, initial every margin, like she was ticking boxes on a mental checklist. Once my signature was down, she relaxed by about 3%. "Let me give you a quick tour of your areas," she said. "Most of the facility is in the process of decommissioning. You won't have to worry about any active research. The first floor was offices and administrative spaces, cubicles with half-packed boxes, phones, unplugged computer monitors, dark. A cafeteria with unplugged vending machines and a row of microwaves, one of them with something exploded on the ceiling inside, dried into a reddish-brown starburst. Down one hallway, she showed me a break room with a sagging couch and a bulletin board, still advertising a Bring Your Pet to Work Day from the previous year. We went up to the second floor. More offices plus conference rooms with long tables and big screens on the walls. Some of the whiteboards still had diagrams on them, rough sketches of animal brains, flowcharts, labeled with things like cortisol modulation and behavioral feedback loop. Someone had drawn a cartoon cat in the corner of one diagram with big, exaggerated eyes and a heart next to it. "Most of these departments are no longer active," Sandra said. "Your patrol focus will be lobby, first floor corridors, and exterior doors. Second floor is just to make sure no one's camping out where they don't belong." She said it all in the same bored tone like she had rehearsed it in the mirror. I noticed she never mentioned the basement until the building forced her to. We were standing near the end of a hallway when she stopped talking and pressed her badge to a reader next to a heavy steel door. There was a soft beep and the lock clicked. She did not open it. She just held it there, waiting for me to look. "This is the main stairwell," she said. "Emergency egress for fire drills, that sort of thing. It goes down to the basement levels." "Basement levels," I repeated. Plural. B1 is mechanical storage, some records. B2 and below are locked down as part of decommissioning. She shifted her weight. "You do not need to go below B1. Your patrol route is first floor and lobby only unless otherwise directed." Clear. She said it casually, but there was a stiffness in her shoulders that did not match the words. I glanced past her at the little wired glass window in the door. The stairwell beyond was lit by flat fluorescent light going down farther than I could see from this angle. On the wall at the landing below, I could just make out a laminated sign taped above another door. The letters were too far away to read clearly, but the top line said, "Behavioral Suite, authorized staff only." Underneath, there had been a second line, longer now, thickly scribbled over with black Sharpie. Through the marker lines at just the right angle, I could see the ghost of the first few letters. F-E-L-I-D, feline, cat. There was a sound then so faint that I almost thought I imagined it. Like something heavy shifting somewhere below, a muted little thump that traveled up through the concrete. Right after that, a lighter noise, a brief dry scratching like metal being brushed with the tip of a nail. It came from somewhere down that stairwell, not loud, not close, but distinct enough that the hair on my arms stood up. I must have flinched, because Sandra's eyes flicked to my face. "Old building," she said quickly. "Generator vents settling. This place groans. You get used to it." She moved on without waiting for me to answer, her heels clicking briskly on the tiles as she walked away from the stair door. The smell in the stairwell stuck with me more than the sound did that first day. When she opened the door a few inches to show me the exit route, a draft came up from below. It carried the usual building smells, concrete dust paint, but under that, there was something else. Bleach sharp and clean enough to sting the back of my nose. Wet fur, that musky, slightly sour smell that clings to kennels and vet clinics. And under both of those, very faint, but unmistakable. If you have ever worked in a warehouse with a broken freezer, old meat. Not fresh, not rotting, just that tired metallic tang of blood that has soaked into concrete and never fully washed away. We finished the tour back in the lobby. Sandra slid another stack of papers across the reception counter. Emergency contact forms, badge access rules, a cheap ballpoint pen with the emo pet logo half scratched off. While I signed the last page, she watched the pen move, her expression going flat and unreadable again. When I pushed the forms back to her, she tucked them into the folder, then paused like she had just remembered something. Just for the record, she said, lowering her voice a notch, if there are any animals still on site, you call me. Not animal control, not the police. Me first. Understood. I actually laughed. I could not help it. It popped out of me in a short, awkward bark. What like if I see a lab rat staging a breakout? Her mouth twitched, not quite a smile. We are responsible for our research assets, she said. It is important that we handle them internally. That is all. At the time, I chalked it up to corporate paranoia. I figured they were more afraid of a TikTok video of a sad-looking beagle than they were of anything that might actually bite. Standing there in that bright lobby with a logo of a happy cat and dog, making a heart on the wall and sunlight bouncing off the mirrored glass, it was easy to believe Pet Labs was just another weird little biotech that got in over its head with public relations. It took a long time before I understood that they were not afraid of bad press. They were afraid of something that was supposed to have been incinerated. 1.3. First nights. The building learns my footsteps. The first week at Emo Pet, I almost convinced myself it was going to be an easy gig. Boring, sure, but easy. The kind of job where the hardest part is staying awake. I would clock in at 10:45 p.m., the parking lot already mostly empty. A few employee cars lingering out at the far edges where the light poles did not quite reach, one or two big rigs sleeping by the loading docks across the way. The floodlight over the employee entrance had a crack right through the middle of it, so the light stuttered in a way that made everything look like it was underwater. I always parked under that broken floodlight anyway. Habit from warehouse days, park where you can see your own car on camera. The key fob they gave me would chirp the door unlock with a tired little beep, and I would step into the quiet lobby with its glossy floor and smiling pet posters, feeling like I had just walked into someone else's life. I would sign my name on the paper log at the reception desk, even though everything was digital already, just because I like the feel of ink on a page. It makes things real. The guard room was barely more than a closet tucked behind the front desk, with a narrow window looking out at the lobby and a wall of aging monitors stacked in a metal rack. There was a mini fridge in the corner that smelled vaguely like somebody once kept fish in it, and then thought baking soda was a magic spell. A microwave sat on top of a filing cabinet, its digital clock blinking 1200 forever. I made the same little ritual every night I worked there. Microwave burritos from the gas station down the road, the ones that go from frozen brick to molten core in 3 minutes flat. Gas station coffee poured into a thermos, so stained it never felt truly clean, no matter how much I scrubbed it. The first few hours, that was enough to keep me upright, salt, caffeine, glowing screens. My patrol route was simple. From the guard room, I would do a lazy loop around the empty lobby, my boots squeaking on the polished floor. Past the security turnstiles no one used anymore, past the empty front desk, where the receptionist's nameplate still sat, Karen, as if she might show up any minute and ask me to sign for a package. From there down the main first-floor hallway, tapping my badge against little black boxes screwed to the walls. Each checkpoint would blink green and beep, logging my route into some server that no one was probably reading. Past offices with their lights off and their chairs pushed back at odd angles, monitors dark and keyboards dusty. The vending machines in the cafeteria were unplugged power saver stickers curling at the corners. They still had stuff in them, a row of forlorn candy bars, a few bottles in the drink machine, but no hum, no glow. Just big glass coffins for snacks. The ice machine in the corner was still on, though. Every so often it would drop a load of fresh cubes into its belly with a sudden violent clack that echoed down the hallways like a gunshot. The first couple of nights, it made me jump every time. Upstairs, the second floor felt even more abandoned. Long conference tables, ergonomic chairs lined up like soldiers waiting for orders that would never come. Whiteboards still covered in diagrams and half-erased equations. Once I stood in the doorway of one room and read a sentence someone had left at the bottom of a chart. "We can teach them to love us more." The marker was streaked like whoever wrote it had pressed hard enough to burn it into the board. Emo Pet at night was a world of almosts. Almost empty, almost silent, almost dead. The kind of emptiness that still felt full of what used to happen there. Phones that would never ring again. Doors that still remembered how to open for people who were not coming back. The building had its own voice after hours. The AC vents rattled when the system kicked on a jittery shiver that ran along the ceiling. Somewhere in the mechanical guts overhead, fans whirred, started again. The generator in back did a test cycle around midnight. A deep throat-clearing whoomph followed by a low rumble that made the floor vibrate for a second, then faded. Sometimes walking the halls with my badge tapped to my belt and my flashlight in my hand, more out of habit than need, I would stop and just listen. Not because I was scared, just because when you spend most of your working life surrounded by other people's noise, an entire building's worth of almost silence feels like a rare animal. Those first nights, the silence never lasted long. Sometime between 2 and 3 in the morning, every single shift, I started to notice something under the usual hum. A tiny rhythm that did not match the AC or the fridge or the generator. It would start as a feeling more than a sound. The sense that something had joined the chorus. Then, if I held my breath and really listened, there it was. Tick, 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 tick. Not loud, not close. Faint, like it was bleeding up through the concrete from somewhere below the lobby. 4 little taps, evenly spaced. Pause. 4 more. Like claws on metal steps. Like something small and patient walking up and down a stairwell you were not supposed to use. The first time I heard it, I was making my loop past the stairwell door Sandra had shown me. The one that went down to B1 and below. I was not thinking about the basement. I was thinking about my ex's latest email about money and whether the thermos coffee was going to burn a hole in my stomach. The sound threaded its way into my awareness like a draft through a window. Tick, 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 tick. I stopped walking. The lobby was behind me, empty chairs and a dead fish tank. The hallway ahead was dark and straight. To my right, the stairwell door sat under its little glowing red exit sign, looking as bland and trustworthy as every other fire door I have ever seen. I told myself it was the metal contracting in the cold, the building settling, a pipe knocking in some hidden wall. I listened again. Tick, 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 tick. Same pattern, same distance, same tiny sharp edges to the sound, like something hard touching something hollow. I stepped closer to the door without even meaning to. My boots on the tile sounded too loud all of a sudden. I wrapped my fingers around the cool metal handle and pressed my ear to the narrow strip of wired glass. Nothing but the faint hum of the building. The smell of concrete paint and that bleached-out old meat tang from below. I pulled the door open a crack, just enough to stick my head into the stairwell. The fluorescent light in the stairwell hummed overhead, casting everything in that ugly hospital white. Concrete steps going up to the second floor down to B1. A gray handrail. Beige cinder block walls. Silence. The sound stopped the moment the door opened. 1 second it was there. The next, it was like it had never existed. My heart thudded a few extra times in my chest for nothing. I rolled my eyes at myself because there is nothing like standing alone in a stairwell arguing with the air to make you feel insane. Metal contracting, I muttered. Generator, vents. This place groans. I get it, Sandra. I let the door snick shut behind me and went back to my route. But from then on, I could not walk past that stairwell without listening for it. Most nights it stayed quiet until after 2. Right when my body started to seriously consider sleep, right when my brain was at that weird vibrating edge between bored and wired. There it would be faint and patient. Tick, 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 tick. I collected explanations like lint. Maybe it was the elevator, even though there was no elevator shaft anywhere near that door. Maybe rats chewing on something metal. Maybe some kind of pump cycling at the exact wrong time to screw with my head. I clung to those explanations like life rafts, even as something in the back of my mind started connecting the dots between that sign on the lower stair door and the smell that never quite went away. One night, a few weeks in, I got an early taste of what was waiting down there. I was cutting through one of the lab reception areas, the kind of place where visitors used to sign in before being taken back to see the actual research. The lights were off, but the emergency strips cast a dim glow along the baseboards. My flashlight beam slid over framed photos of happy families holding dogs with Emo-Pet bandanas over the empty receptionist's chair over a few cardboard file boxes stacked in a corner. The far wall was mostly glass, looking into a hallway that led deeper into the lab spaces. It was dark on the other side of the glass, the kind of dark that swallows your light instead of reflecting it. I swept the beam across that hallway without really thinking about it. For maybe half a second, I caught 2 tiny points of reflected light near the floor. 2 dots low to the ground, catching the edge of my beam and throwing it back at me. They were too close together and too level to be something random. They were exactly the distance apart of 2 eyes. The hair on the back of my neck snapped to attention. My thumb twitched on the flashlight, and the beam jerked away from the glass. I forced myself to swing it back a second later, pulse thudding in my ears. Nothing, just the smooth hallway floor, the outlines of carts and plastic-wrapped equipment. A couple of rolling chairs stacked together. No eyes, no movement, no anything. Pareidolia, I told myself. Light on glass. Your brain seeing faces where there aren't any. It felt too much like the psychiatrist, like that calm voice telling me scared brains make up monsters to explain the things they cannot process. I did not like hearing it in my own head. I finished the route early that night and spent the rest of my shift in the guard room watching the monitors and trying not to count the minutes between the ticks of the generator. By the time my relief came in the morning and the first employees drifted back in, blinking against the early gray light, I had convinced myself that I was letting the building get under my skin, that I was being dramatic, that I was too old and too tired to be doing this much thinking in the middle of the night. Those are the lies you tell yourself when you still think you can just quit and walk away. Back here in my apartment, I pause and listen. The fridge has gone quiet again. The neighbor's TV is off. The hallway outside my door is dead still, no elevator, no footsteps, just the heavy, stale quiet of a building where most people work too early to be awake this late. Then from out in that hallway I hear it. Tick. A single soft tap, like a claw on linoleum, or a small, hard object nudged against a baseboard. My dog lifts his head from under the table so fast, he bangs it on the underside. His nails scrabble for traction on the floor as he shifts, turning his body to face the front door. His ears are up. His mouth is closed. The growl is there, though low and deep, a vibration against my shin. Another tap, tick, then a third, tick, then a fourth perfectly spaced from the others. Tick. The sound does not belong to this building any more than it belonged to Emopet. It does not belong to any building. It belongs to whatever learned to make it. I sit there with my fingers frozen over the keys, counting my own heartbeats, listening to my dog breathe like he is trying not to bark. I have heard that pattern in 3 different buildings. Now I say quietly more to the laptop screen than to myself. Once in the stairwell outside a behavioral suite I was not supposed to know about. Once in a hospital room where nothing alive should have had claws. And now here, in the hallway outside my apartment, on my side of the story. 2.1. Curiosity, boredom, and the stairwell to B3. Night work does something to your brain after a while. Time stops being a straight line and turns into a loop. Same drive, same door, same logbook, same stale coffee over and over until the weeks smear together. At Emopet, the loop settled in fast. I would park under the cracked floodlight, buzz myself in, sign my name in the same spot on the page. Heat up whatever frozen lump I had bought from the gas station that day, top off the thermos with whatever sludge was left in the pot, and drop into the old rolling chair in the guardroom like I had been doing it for years. Some nights I did crossword puzzles from newspapers someone left behind in the break room. Most of the time I watched YouTube on my phone with one earbud in Horror Story Channel's funny videos, a guy restoring old tools in his garage. I told myself it kept me awake. Really, it was just noise to fill in the space my thoughts might otherwise spill into. The building's routines became as familiar as my own. The generator test at midnight. The janitorial crew doing their last sweep and leaving by 11. The way the lights on the second floor dimmed slightly after one like the whole place was taking a breath. And every few nights, like clockwork between 2 and 3, that other pattern would slip in. Tick, 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 tick. At first I tried to ignore it. Then I tried to explain it. After a while, ignoring it took more effort than just listening. I started watching the wall clock when it happened. The second hand would sweep past the 12 past the 6, and somewhere between one tick and the next, the sound would arrive. 4 taps, pause, 4 taps, pause. Not every night, but often enough that it felt intentional. The human brain loves patterns. We are built for them. Tracks in snow, routines, rhythms. We are also really good at finding patterns that are not there. That was what I told myself when I realized the sound came within the same 10-minute window almost every time. That it sometimes got a little faster, like whatever was making it had picked up the pace, then slowed again, like pacing. Some nights I could drown it out with a video crank, the volume on my phone, and pretend I could not hear anything else. Other nights I would pause whatever I was watching and sit there in the guardroom staring at the monitors while my ears strained for that quiet, patient cadence under the hum of the building. Probably pipes I muttered to myself more than once. Thermal expansion. Whatever. The more I tried to reason it away, the more it dug in. There is a thin line between bored and obsessed. I crossed it one night in January. Outside, a storm had rolled in off the highway, one of those Midwest snowfalls that start as polite flurries and turn into a solid white curtain in under an hour. By 11, the security cameras for the parking lot showed nothing but swirling static where the snowflakes caught the infrared. The world beyond the front doors might as well have stopped existing. There was no way any supervisor was dropping by unannounced in that. No wandering executives, no late working staff. No one but me, the hum of the building, and whatever scratched at the underside of my thoughts when the clock slid toward 2. The generator did its midnight cough, then settled. I made my rounds earlier than usual, boots squeaking on the tile flashlight beam, bouncing off framed pictures of smiling animals. Every empty office looked like a still from a crime scene show, half-finished work chairs pushed back, someone's life stopped mid-task. By the time I got back to the guardroom, it was 1:30. My burrito had turned into an uneasy weight in my stomach. The coffee tasted like someone had filtered it through a wet sock. I paced the small space, twice checked the monitors again. Even though nothing changed between checks, the wall clock ticked past 1:50, 1:55, 2. For a minute or two, there was only the usual, the low, distant heartbeat of the building. My own breathing, the faint static in the speakers from cameras with no audio. Then right on cue from somewhere below my feet. Tick, 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 my scalp tightened. It was not a loud sound, but it had become like a dog whistle for my nervous system. Every time I heard it, my body reacted before my mind caught up. I watched the clock. 30 seconds passed. A minute. Tick-it, 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 tick-it. Same tempo, same pitch. Not a random creak or pop. Not this time. I stared at the monitor showing the first-floor hallway where the stairwell door sat neat and harmless under its red exit sign. The camera was angled wrong to see the door itself, but I swear the shadow in that corner looked darker whenever the tapping came. This is stupid, I told the empty room. You are a grown man. You have a flashlight. You have a radio. The worst thing down there is probably a raccoon trying to chew its way into a snack machine. No one argued with me, which is the nice thing about talking to yourself. The thing about being scared of something you cannot see is that it feels bigger when you are sitting still. In the chair, in the glow of the monitors, the idea of that sound was enormous. It filled every dark space the cameras could not reach. It lurked under desks and behind doors and all the way down. If I could just look, I told myself. If I could just stand outside that lower door and listen with my own ears and see that it was nothing, that it was locked, that nothing with claws was strolling around 2 levels below me. Maybe I could get some sleep on my off days again. That was how I convinced myself anyway. Outside, snow slapped against the front glass in gusts. The parking lot was a blur. I clipped my badge to my belt, grabbed my mag light, and stepped out of the guardroom. The lobby was a ghost of its daytime self. The pet posters and logo sign took on a greenish cast under the reduced lighting. My reflection in the glass doors looked washed out and tired, a security guard shaped like a man who did not know when to mind his own business. The sound came again clearer now that I was out from behind the monitor hum. Tick, 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 coming up from the guts of the building. From the stairwell, I walked toward it. Each footstep echoed more than it had any right to in the empty hall. The soles of my boots had a particular squeak on the waxed tile, a note I had stopped hearing days ago. Tonight it sounded like a call and response with the taps below. My hand closed around the stairwell handle, cold metal under my palm. I pushed the door open. Inside, the stairwell was too bright. Naked fluorescent tubes buzzed overhead, the light flattening everything into shades of gray. The air was cooler, denser. The smell of bleach was stronger here, sour and medicinal, with that faint metallic undertone underneath. Blood turned into history. The concrete steps went up to the 2nd floor and down to B1. The handrail was cool and smooth where 1,000 hands used to slide along it. Now it was just mine. I started down. Each step was a little pocket of its own, my foot landing my weight, shifting the quiet scuff of rubber on concrete. The light did not quite reach the corners where the wall met the stairs, leaving thin triangles of shadow between flights. I kept my flashlight off at first, telling myself I did not want to waste batteries. Really, I did not want to see more than the bare minimum. The farther I went, the thicker the air felt. It was not just colder, it was heavier. The bleach smell was wrapped around something else now, something older and riper that clung to the back of my throat. I had smelled it in walk-in coolers that went out for a weekend, in the back of reefer trailers that sat too long in August. Old meat, cleaned up on the surface but never quite gone underneath. At the landing for B1, a plain door with a small sign marked mechanical/storage waited, uninteresting and silent. Below that, the stairs turned down again toward the level I was not supposed to care about. The sign on the wall at the next landing had been upgraded since my orientation. The laminated sheet now had a big red sticker slapped over most of it. The only part of the original text that remained uncovered at the top read, "Authorized staff only." I could see the edge of the word behavioral peeking out beneath the sticker like a ghost trying to pull itself free. The second line, the one that had once said "Felid something," was still a smear of black Sharpie. The door itself was heavier than the one above, a proper fire door with an electronic lock. The reader box sat at shoulder height, a small dark rectangle next to the frame. There was a narrow strip of wire-reinforced glass at eye level. The glass looked fogged from the inside, a milky film that made it impossible to see clearly into whatever waited beyond. The tapping was louder here. Tick, 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 not booming. Not even loud enough to carry far. But at this distance, it was distinct. It vibrated up through the metal and into the bones of my legs, like standing near a rail while a train is still a long way off. I stepped up until my toes almost touched the bottom of the door. The sound seemed to be coming from just the other side, around the height of my shins. I imagined something small on the stairs beyond, placing each foot very deliberately. I lifted my mag light and aimed the beam at the wired glass. My hand shook more than I wanted to admit. The light hit the glass and scattered, turning the fog into a bright, featureless smear. If there was anything on the other side, it was too far back or too low or too still for me to see. Tick, 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 tick. I have heard people knock on doors with their knuckles. It makes a dull, fleshy sound even against metal. I have heard coins dropped on stairs, keys, the rubber tip of a cane. This was none of those. The taps had a high, sharp attack to them, like the point of something hard striking something hollow. Each one was almost identical to the last. No impatience, no urgency, just steady, rhythmic contact. The sound of practice, of repetition, of something that had done this a lot and knew exactly how hard to hit to be heard and not more. I told myself again it could be pipes. Maybe something in the ducts knocking in a weird pattern, or a piece of loose hardware being vibrated in place. Maybe there was a pump cycle timed to the hours when no one was supposed to be down here. Just check the lock, I muttered. My voice sounded small in the stairwell swallowed by the concrete. You check it, it's solid, you go back upstairs. You sleep like a normal person for once. That's all. The reader box by the door was dark. No green light, no red, just a dead blank face. I told myself that meant the mag lock was engaged. That was how they worked in most buildings. Power keeps them locked. Kill the power, they fail, safe and open. No power problem was listed on my shift sheet, so it should have been just as locked as the company wanted me to believe it was. I reached out and wrapped my fingers around the handle. Even expecting resistance, even braced for it, I felt a small shock go through me when the handle moved. Not a lot, just a tiny give a hint of play that should not have been there. My skin went cold. I set my jaw, tightened my grip, and pushed down more firmly. There was a soft, unmistakable click, followed by a little electronic chirp. A tiny green LED winked to life on the reader, bright and cheerful in the harsh stairwell light. The latch pulled back with almost no effort at all. The door was not locked. 2.2. B3. The smell of old experiments. I do not remember deciding to open the door wider. 1 second my hand was on the handle, frozen there with that little green LED staring up at me like an eye. The next, the latch clicked all the way back, and a slab of air thicker than anything upstairs pushed against my face. Cold first. A basement cold that had nothing to do with the weather outside, the kind that soaks into concrete and never quite leaves. Under that, a layered smell that hit in waves. Disinfectant sharp and chemical, strong enough to sting the inside of my nose. The kind of hospital clean that says someone tried very hard to scrub something away. Stale air, the closed-up house smell, cardboard and dust and time. Under both the more honest notes, hair-damp animal, that musky undertone you get in kennels and groomer backrooms, and threaded through it all, faint but unmistakable, the sweetness of old blood. Not fresh copper, but the tired iron tang of it after it has soaked, dried, and been bleached 3 times and still will not move. The hallway beyond was not lit like the stairwell. The main fluorescents overhead were off, leaving the ceiling in shadow. Only the emergency strips along the floor glowed, thin bars of sickly green running along both walls. It was just enough light to collapse depth to smear everything into a long, low tunnel that could have gone on forever. I told myself I would only take a few steps, just enough to peek, to prove to my idiot lizard brain that this was nothing more than storage and concrete, that the unlocked door was an oversight, not an invitation. The door swung shut behind me with a soft whisper of air and a muffled click. The sound of the stairwell, the harsh buzz of its fluorescent lights, cut off like someone had hit mute. My own footsteps sounded wrong down there. Upstairs on tile, they squeaked. Here, each step on the painted concrete was a flat thud with a tiny scrape after echoing back at me from both sides. The corridor amplified everything: my breathing, the faint swish of my jacket, the little hitch in my throat when I swallowed. The walls were lined with doors, heavy like the one I had just passed through. Each had a small rectangular window, at face-height wired glass set into metal. Some still had laminated labels beneath the handles, their text faded and curling at the edges. The first few I passed were generic storage mech room janitorial. Their windows showed nothing but stacked boxes and dark shapes of equipment tarped and forgotten. Further along, the labels changed tone. Canine Cognition Suite, Bévien. Canine Cognition Suite, B2. Through one of those windows, I saw a room with a painted floor divided into sections, each section marked with symbols and numbers. There were cameras mounted in the corners, black domes sagging slightly on their brackets. A couple of toys, a rubber ball, a tug rope, lay abandoned in one corner. No dogs, no sound. The next set of doors read, Rodent Housing, Rodent Housing, B. I made the mistake of peering through one of those windows. Rows of stainless steel racks filled the room, each rack holding scores of small wire cages stacked 3 or 4 high. The cages were all open doors, hanging loosely or pushed up out of the way. Little metal food hoppers and water bottles were still clipped in place, empty. The fluorescent tubes in that room were off. The emergency strip along the floor threw just enough light for the metal to gleam in long, cold lines. It took a second for my eyes to catch the details inside one of the lower cages. At first, all I saw was a tangle of gray-white shapes against the back corner. Then the shapes resolved into bone. A small skeleton lay there, mostly collapsed in on itself. The spine was a delicate curve of beads, each vertebra the size of a pencil eraser. The ribs fanned out like white parentheses, arcing over an empty space where organs used to be. The skull was tilted slightly, as if listening, twin black holes of eye sockets, staring at a wall that did not care. Tiny fangs still jutted from the upper jaw, sharp and absurdly clean. Clinging to the wire at the bottom of the cage, scattered in a few stubborn clumps along the skeleton's flank, were tufts of fur. Beige, maybe light brown. Hard to say in the weird green half-light. They stuck out at odd angles, stiff with whatever had dried them in place. The rest of the animal had crumbled. Those little scraps of fur refused to get the message. I pulled back from the window and realized I was holding my breath. When I let it out, it sounded loud enough to wake the dead. Air vents in the ceiling above rattled a loose metal vibration that started somewhere to my left and traveled down the corridor before fading. Somewhere farther away, out of sight, a drip echoed at steady intervals. Drip, drip, drip. It did not sound like water from a faucet. Water is light. It spits and splashes, this was heavier. A drop with weight that smacked and sank. The sound of something thicker reluctantly letting go of wherever it was hanging. I told myself it was an old condensate line. Rust stain in a drain. Nothing my business. The farther I walked, the more the hallway felt like the inside of a body. The emergency strips at the floor threw enough light to see the grime line where mops had missed the places where something had splashed and been wiped up in a hurry. The ceiling and upper walls were swallowed in shadow. The heavy doors rose on either side like ribs. I was in the spine. Every few doors, I saw marks that had not come from hinges or moving equipment. At about knee height, there were scratches in the paint, some shallow, some dug deep enough to expose raw metal. A few were vertical, clustered like something with claws had jumped and slid down. Others were more horizontal, the kind of gouges you get when someone drags something sharp and angry along a surface that does not get out of the way fast enough. The labels on the doors changed again as I went farther. Felina e Lab, feline nutrition trials. The last door on the left had a newer sign, the laminate less yellowed, the font slightly different. The tape holding it was cleaner, like it had not been on there as long. Felid Behavioral Suite. Se triocha a haon. The number made something in my head sit up. C-13. The camera label I had seen later in another life on another night. In the moment, it was just another door. Another piece of information my brain filed away so it could use it to hurt me later. The window in this door was the same wired glass as the others, but some careless hand had smeared something across the inside at some point. It had dried into a translucent film that turned the view into a watercolor wash of dark and pale shapes. I could not see in from where I stood in the corridor. All I got was my own reflection, stretched and warped, and the ghost of the emergency strips at my feet. I stepped closer. The temperature seemed to drop another degree in front of that door. The smell of disinfectant was sharper here, like they had tried harder in this room and still not been satisfied with the result. I cupped my hands around my eyes and pressed my face toward the glass, trying to block out the reflection. The wired grid in the safety glass cut my view into a dozen little squares. Behind it, in the dim green-gray, I could just make out the shape of a room larger than the others I had passed. Straight ahead, dominating the center of the floor, was a large square enclosure made of thick glass panels bolted together with metal brackets. It rose a few feet off the ground like a clear-walled pen. Cables and hoses snaked up from the floor into the base of it, bundled together with zip ties and disappearing into control boxes along the side. The overhead lights in there were off. Only a lone emergency strip near the far wall gave enough glow to pick out edges and corners. The inside of the enclosure was a darker mass, something low and uneven in the middle of it, maybe bedding, maybe equipment, maybe nothing at all. It was the kind of shadow that encouraged your imagination to do bad things. I leaned in closer, trying to angle the light from the corridor so it would catch more details. My breath fogged the glass in front of my face in a thin patch that spread in time with my exhale. For a heartbeat, all I heard was the thrum of the vents and the distant drip. Then from the exact other side of the door where I was standing at the level of my shins, something hit the metal. The impact was sudden and heavy. A solid thud that I felt through my boots, as much as heard like a sack of wet sand thrown hard against the door. The blow was followed by a scraping slide downward, as if whatever had hit had failed to stick and was now collapsing toward the floor. I jerked back so fast, I almost tripped over my own feet. My shoulder hit the opposite wall, a sharp jolt that snapped my teeth together. The mag light clattered against my leg, the beam swinging wild for a second, before I got a grip on it again. My breathing was loud and ugly in the corridor. For a moment, I could not hear anything else. Then I forced myself to look. Through the wired glass on the inside face of the door, where my shins had been, a second earlier, 4 long, thin scratches were appearing. Not old, not faded. They were forming as I watched the top ends bright and raw against the painted metal, the lower ends disappearing toward the floor. Each stroke was straight and purposeful, spaced evenly apart. The edges caught what little light there was, shining the way only fresh damage does before air has a chance to dirty it. It was as if something with long, narrow claws had raked down the door from the other side in response to my presence. Not randomly, not once either. The marks overlapped older ones at the same height, deeper in places, like it had been doing this over and over in the same spot for a long time. My skin tried to crawl off my bones. Upstairs in the bright parts of the building, it was still easy to pretend Emopet was dead. Down here in the dim green corridor that smelled like bleach and old fur, staring at fresh scratches, slowly drying on a door that was supposed to stay locked. It was the easiest thing in the world to believe that at least one of their experiments was still very much alive. 2.3. The hidden camera feed. I do not remember the walk back up the stairs. I remember the first few seconds, the feel of the concrete under my boots as I peeled myself away from that door, the way my hand slipped on the rail because my palm was suddenly slick with sweat. And then it is just a blur, like a badly edited jump cut. One instant, fresh scratches dragging themselves down the inside of a door that was not supposed to be open at all. The next, me shoving through the stairwell door into the bright first-floor corridor, lungs burning like I had sprinted a mile. My heart was banging so hard I could feel it in my teeth. I did not look back at the stair door. I did not look left or right. I went straight for the guard room like it was a lifeboat. The door slammed behind me louder than it needed to. I twisted the lock out of habit, even though it was mostly symbolic, a standard office handle with a push button that would not stop anyone determined. It made me feel better. Sometimes that is all a lock has to do. For a few seconds, I just stood there, one hand still on the knob, waiting for something to follow. My ears strained for the smallest sound in the hallway outside, claws on tile, another impact on metal, a repeat of that sliding thump. All I heard was the soft, constant hiss of the HVAC and the tiny high whine from one of the aging monitors. Old building, I told myself the words ragged, pressure in the pipes, vacuum on the door seal. You got spooked by an echo. I wanted to believe that so badly that I almost did. If I clung to it hard enough, maybe the image of those fresh scratches crawling down the inside of the metal would scab over into something less impossible. I turned away from the door and dropped into my chair, the cushion sighing under my weight. The monitor bank sat in front of me, 9 screens in a 3x3 grid, each split into 4 smaller feeds. 36 black and white windows into a building that was supposedly empty besides me. Lobby camera, front entrance. Parking lot now just a swirling static of snow. Loading dock, hallway intersections, stairwell landings, exterior doors chained to nothing, deadbolts snug in frames. Nothing moved. I focused on the familiar feeds first, just to give my brain something rote to chew on. Camera 1A lobby from the front. 1B lobby from above showing the logo on the floor. 2A first floor north hallway. 2B first floor south. 3A and 3B second floor corridors with doors closed and lights dimmed. Out back, the dock and the generator pad were just white blur and wind. The longer I stared at the screens, the more the panic receded into a tight, sour knot in my gut. That is one thing I always liked about security work. Even when you are scared, there is something simple you can do. You can watch. You can make sure nothing is moving that should not be. My eyes drifted over the tiny labels under each quadrant: Lobby N, Lobby S, Hall 1, E Dock, Cam 2, and so on. Little codes I had learned in my first week without even meaning to. My gaze passed over the bottom right monitor on the second row and snagged. There was a square there that I did not remember. Where every other quadrant had some shorthand, I recognized this one was just a blank label C-13OBS. No hall, no lobby, no dock. Just those 5 characters and 3 numbers and an abbreviation that did not mean anything to me in that second. My pulse, which had just started to slow, picked up again. Psychiatrist, Feelid Behavioral Suite, Psychiatrist. The little white letters might as well have been a hand on my shoulder. I had never clicked that channel before. There was no reason to. It was not on my assigned rotation. When I cycled through the presets, it did not show up. It just sat there at the bottom of the pile waiting for a curious idiot. I told myself it was probably an archived feed, something that would bring up an error message or a blue screen. The lab was decommissioned. The project was dead. That was the story. That was the version everyone seemed very invested in, but the door I had just been standing in front of had not felt dead. The scratches forming on it had not been the work of a ghost. It's just video, I said out loud, because people say things out loud when they want to feel like they are in control of them. You look, you prove it's a recording, you move on. My hand did not believe me. It hesitated over the keyboard for a full 3 seconds before I forced my finger down onto the key that selected that feed. The square flickered as it went full screen. For a moment, there was nothing but static and a rolling line like an old VHS being queued up. Then the image stabilized into a grainy, greenish view of a room I had just been trying to see through fogged glass. Citronized. The camera angle was from high in one corner looking down and across. Night vision mode turned everything into shades of sickly green and gray. The walls were smooth and white, clinical and bare. The floor slanted slightly toward a long, grated drain that ran down the center, and smaller round drains punctured the concrete in regular intervals. There were no chairs, no benches, nowhere to sit at all. In the middle of the room, just where I had seen it, was the glass enclosure. From above it was a neat square, its panels held together by metal framework bolted to the floor. Cables and hoses ran into a junction box near its base, then disappeared into the floor and up the wall to a cabinet full of equipment monitors, dark indicator lights dead. The room was lit only by whatever the night vision camera was feeding back. No active fluorescence, no visible lamps. Every edge had a soft halo, every shadow a murky fuzz around it. At first it looked empty, then my eyes tracked to the near corner of the enclosure where something was moving in a tight, restless circle. It was about the size of a small dog, maybe a large house cat, but the proportions were wrong. Its limbs were 2 long joints, sharp under skin that barely seemed thick enough to contain them. Every time it stepped, I saw bones shift just beneath the surface tendons, standing out in thin ropes. What little fur it had was patchy and close to the body, not the full soft coat you expect on a lab cat or a test subject someone at least pretends to care about. Most of its body looked almost naked, the skin a pale, uneven color under the green wash like someone had stretched latex over a wire frame. Its tail was thin and whip-like, flicking back and forth in irritated arcs. Each time it hit the side of the enclosure, the glass shivered with a tiny visible vibration. The head was too big for the body. It sat on a long, lean neck that seemed to tense and coil with every movement. The ears were ragged triangles, edges nicked and notched, one folded halfway over like it had been broken. But it was the eyes that froze me. They were enormous dark saucers in the green world of the night vision camera. Not yellow, not reflective in the way a normal cat's eyes flash when you hit them with light, but deep black, taking in more of the image than they gave back. In the infrared, they flared just enough to look like lacquered stones sunk into its skull. It walked the perimeter of the enclosure like it knew every inch of it. Step, 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 swipe. Step, 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 swipe. Every few seconds, it would stop and lift one of its front paws, placing it deliberately against the glass. The claws, if that is what they were long and thin, like someone had pulled sewing needles from the pads of its fingers. When they touched the glass, the room mic picked up a faint high tick. There it was again. That sound. Contained in a room 2 levels below me, bouncing off walls and into a camera that should not have been live. I watched it make another slow, looping lap. The rest of the room stayed still. No handlers, no attendants. No one but the thing and the glass and the camera. The rational part of my brain whispered that this had to be archived footage. A loop someone had left on a server and forgotten. The date stamp in the corner was small and blurry. I could not read it from where I sat. My palms were slick on the armrests. I leaned closer to the monitor without realizing it, until I was close enough to see the individual pixels. The creature's head twitched. Mid-stride, it stopped walking. For a fraction of a second, its entire body went still. Frozen. Even the tail stopped. The muscles under its skin rippled once like a passing shiver. Then slowly it turned its head toward the camera. Not just toward the camera in the room, but toward me. That is how it felt. As if there were a straight line from its eyes through the lens, up the cable, into the rack, and out the screen directly into my face. The kind of direct attention you can feel on the back of your neck in a crowded room when you know someone is staring. Its pupils, which were already too big, seemed to narrow slightly, sharpening in the glow. It walked toward the camera with a new, purposeful gait. No more restless circling. No more pacing. Each step was precise, silent in the feed. The angle was from above, so it had to crane its neck, but it kept its gaze locked on the lens. When it reached the edge of the enclosure closest to the camera, it rose up onto its hind legs and pressed its front paws against the glass claws, sliding down in a slow, deliberate motion that left faint trails in whatever condensation had built up there. Its face came into full frame. Up close, its features looked even more wrong. The cheeks were too flat, pulled tight over bone, giving the skull a narrow, predatory look. The nose was a small, dark triangle above a mouth that seemed proportionate until it began to change. The lips pulled back not in a snarl, but in something that might have been a grin if you squinted and did not know any better. The corners stretched farther than they had any right to. The skin around them creased in unfamiliar places, revealing more of the gums than you ever really want to see on any animal. The teeth were not like a cat's. A normal cat has 4 main fangs and a collection of smaller teeth in between. This thing's mouth was packed with teeth. Rows of small, needle-fine points overlapping in places, layered like someone had tried to design a zipper and put it inside a skull. They gleamed very slightly in the green light, wet and sharp. Its gums were dark, almost black, as if bruised. Between some of the teeth, thin strings of saliva hung and stretched when it moved its jaw, catching the light like spider silk. One of those strings broke and snapped back, hitting the lower teeth with a tiny wet flick I could hear through the tinny speakers. Then the sound started. You know what a cat purring sounds like. That gentle rattling hum against your leg, that soothing white noise that people record to fall asleep to. This was not that. From the speakers in the guard room, under the hiss of static, came a low, vibrating rumble that seemed to come from deeper than the creature's throat. It had the basic shape of a purr, the same steady rhythm, the same rise and fall. But threaded through it was a different texture, a wet, clicking undertone, like knuckles being rolled one by one, or vertebrae shifting against each other. It was the sound of comfort being forced out of machinery not built for it. The longer it purred, the more the glass around its mouth fogged. The more the fog spread, the more distorted its face became, until it was just a dark, grinning blot pressed against my world. I do not know how long I sat there staring back. Long enough for the coffee in my stomach to cool into a sour knot. Long enough for my hand to cramp around the edge of the desk. The feed glitched. For a second, the whole screen broke into static and horizontal lines. the image tearing apart and trying to put itself back together. The sound cut out mid-purr, leaving a vacuum in its place that made my ears ring. Then the picture snapped back in. The angle was slightly different, tilted as if the camera had been bumped or remounted between breaths. The enclosure was still there in the center, the walls still clean and sharp. The creature was no longer pressed to the glass. It sat near the middle of the pen, coiled like a question mark tail wrapped around its feet. The new angle showed more of the far side of the glass, something I had not seen before. On that panel, from about chest height down to near the floor, there was a handprint, human. 5 fingers spread, palm flattened. Not a neat print like you see in kids' art projects, but a smeared, desperate mark dragged down as the hand slid. The color was wrong for fresh blood in the night vision, but you did not need accurate color to know what it was. It was dark. It was thick in places, thinner in others, broken where the fingers must have shaken. It had dried there and stayed. No one had cleaned it off. F-13. Though I did not know to call it that. Yet sat directly beneath the print head, tilted back eyes fixed on the ugly flower of it against the glass. The tail thumped once against the floor, a slow, deliberate beat. Again. Again. Tok, tok, tok. Its mouth was closed now, no grin, no teeth. It looked for all the world like it was waiting patiently for another hand to join the first. 3.1. The USB in the abandoned office. After that night with the camera feed, there was no going back to pretending. I tried for maybe half a shift. I came in the next evening, signed the log, heated up my burrito, and told myself I was going to do everything exactly the way the post orders said. First floor patrol, second floor sweep. Eyes on the lobby. Ignore the blank square labeled C13 OBS. Pretend the scratches on the lower door were just a trick of the light and my own nerves. That lasted until about 10 to 30 when I caught myself staring at the C13 feed again. The creature F13, though I did not know its name yet, was in roughly the same spot as before, pacing in that tight loop tracing the glass walls, like it was wearing a groove only it could see. Sometimes it would stop and look up at the camera as if checking that I was still there. Other times it would sit beneath the smeared handprint tail, tapping, not moving at all, except for the rise and fall of its sides. I watched that feed more than anything else that night. Every time I told myself to look away, my eyes dragged back to it. It was like having a hole in the floor of your house. You can pretend it is not there, but your brain keeps calculating where it is and how close you are to stepping into it. The questions piled up until they were heavier than the fear. What was it? How long had it been down there? Who had put that hand on the glass, and where were they now? Why was the feed still live if the lab was decommissioned? Most of all, why had no one told me any of this when they handed me a badge and a flashlight and told me not to worry about the basement? Curiosity gets a bad rap in horror stories. People talk about it like it is some strange, reckless trait that only idiots or teenagers have. In my experience, it has more to do with survival. If you know something is wrong and you are not allowed to name it, it starts leaking into everything. It poisons your sleep, your waking thoughts, the way you see ordinary shapes in the dark. Sooner or later, you either dig for the truth or let the not-knowing chew holes in you. I started digging. I added extra passes to my patrols, not down where the thing was, but up where people had worked before it went bad. Second floor offices, conference rooms, any door that was not locked got opened. Any cabinet that was not nailed shut got checked. I told myself I was looking for vandalism or leftover valuables, doing my due diligence. Really, I was hunting for 3 little strings of text C-13 Phalid Pilot Calico. It took a few nights. Most offices were the same sad scene: empty desks, monitor stands with no monitors, a couple of desktop towers still sitting under tables like gray bricks. whiteboards with half-erased flowcharts, a surprising number of stress balls abandoned in drawers. One night near the far end of the second floor, I found an office that looked different. The door was glass from waist height up like the conference rooms, but it had a frosted band across the middle with a name stenciled in it. The letters were flaking, but I could still make them out: E. Sutter, D.V.M. Ph.D. The lights were off, but the city glow through the windows gave it a dim outline. Inside, I could see a long desk, shelves with binders, a corkboard crammed full of papers. A coat still hung on the back of the chair, pale in the half-light. Nobody had bothered to take it when they left. The handle turned easily. No one had locked this one. I stepped in and swept the flashlight beam across the room, letting it linger on the details. There was a coffee mug on the desk, with a cartoon cat on it, and the words, "I work hard so my cat can have a better life." The mug had left a dark ring on a stack of printed emails pinned under it, the top one titled, "Re-Media Optics on Companion Trials." I read enough to see phrases like public perception, liability, exposure, narrative control. Then I let the pages fall back into place. Corporate damage control always sounds the same. The shelves held binders labeled with neat handwriting: Felid Pilot, Physio Calico Project, Behavioral Feline EEG, Archive. Seeing the words Felid and Calico in real ink in a real office with someone's sweater still hanging behind the chair made everything downstairs feel less like a nightmare and more like evidence. The drawers of the desk were locked. A little brass keyhole glinted in the beam. For a second, I considered stopping there. Locked drawers meant someone somewhere still cared enough to keep them closed. Then I thought about the handprint on the glass, the scratches crawling down the inside of the door, the way F-13 had pressed its face against the camera and purred like it had seen something it liked. I went to the janitor's closet and borrowed a screwdriver. The lock was not made to withstand actual effort. 3 minutes of prying and swearing, and it gave with a small, protesting snap. The top drawer slid open with a sigh. Inside were office supplies, pens, sticky notes, highlighters, a half-empty bottle of ibuprofen rattling loose. The second drawer held notebooks, stacks of forms, a laminated emergency procedure card. The bottom drawer was heavier. When I pulled it open, there was a metallic clink. A row of USB drives lay at the front, in a shallow plastic tray, each one labeled with masking tape and thin black handwriting. F-13 Trials, RAW. Dr. Sutter, video logs. Calico, cortisol graphs. Subject data, Felid. Behind them were more mundane things. A stapler, a box of paper clips, a crumpled packet of instant oatmeal. But all I could see were the drives. For a moment I just stood there, the flashlight beam steady on those words. My reflection stared back at me from the little silver caps, distorted and stretched. "You're not supposed to take anything," the training voice in my head said. "Observe and report. That is the job." The other voice, the one that had dragged me down to B3 in the first place, said, "They left this. They walked away. You are the only one who still cares enough to look." I pocketed the drive labeled Dr. Sutter, video logs, and the one marked F-13 Trials, RAW. My fingers shook a little as I closed the drawer and nudged it back into place. I put the screwdriver back in the janitor's closet where I found it, because old habits die hard even when you are breaking more important rules. Back in the guard room, I shut the door and sat down at the desk, feeling like a kid sneaking a forbidden VHS tape into the player after everyone else has gone to sleep. The security PC was old enough to rattle. It ran some custom monitoring software that did not appreciate multitasking, but it had a USB port on the front. I slid the first drive, Dr. Sutter, video logs, into the slot and waited. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then a small window popped up with the most basic file browser I have seen this side of the early 2000s. One main directory, /Calico. I clicked it. Inside were folders, /video, log/audio/transcripts. In the video folder, there was a list of files named with the kind of cold consistency only labs and machines have. log001.mp4, log002.mp4, log198.mp4. I clicked log001.mp4. The video opened in a small player window, the kind with gray borders and jagged playback controls. For a moment, the image smeared as the codec tried to catch up. Then it resolved into a view of a lab room. It was not C13, not yet. This room was cleaner, brighter, more organized. Shelves lined the walls, holding labeled containers and stacks of supplies. A whiteboard to the left was crammed with notes and diagrams in multiple colors, brain outlines, arrows, hormone names like cortisol, oxytocin, serotonin. A stainless steel table dominated the center of the frame with a laptop open at one end and a row of instruments laid out at the other. In the middle of the frame, slightly off-center, stood a woman, late 30s, maybe early 40s. Dark hair pulled back into a messy bun, a few strands sticking out, like she had run her hands through it a lot. Her lab coat was open over a faded t-shirt with the Emo Pet logo on it, the fabric wrinkled like she had been wearing it for days. Her Emo Pet badge hung slightly crooked on her chest. Emily Sutter, DVM, PhD. She looked tired in the way that lives behind the eyes. There were shadows under them that no amount of makeup would cover. She blinked at the camera like she had forgotten for a second that it was there, then forced herself to focus. Video log 1, she said. Her voice had that clipped, precise cadence of someone who had done this a lot for grant committees and oversight boards. Dr. Emily Sutter. Date October 12, 2022. Project Calico. Feline Emotional Liaison Device Prototype Subject F13. She said the acronym like it was a joke she was already sick of explaining. Calico. Cute. Marketable. If you did not think too hard about what it stood for. Objective. She continued glancing down at a clipboard on the table and then back up. To refine and validate the ability of F13 to detect elevations in human anxiety markers, cortisol heart rate respiration, and respond with targeted behavioral interventions to reduce those levels. Behind her on a lower table, I could see a small enclosure with a blanket in it and the blurred movement of something curled up inside. The camera did not focus on it. It did not have to. I knew what it was going to grow into. We know that traditional emotional support animals can help with depression and anxiety, Emily went on. But they are limited. They do not always recognize the early physiological signs. People still slip through the cracks. They still, She paused, her mouth tightening. For a second, she looked less like a scientist and more like someone sitting in a car outside a funeral home trying to pull themselves together. If this works, she said, and now her tone shifted. The clinical overlay thinning enough for something raw to show through. We could have pets that literally keep people from killing themselves. They will smell the panic, hear the shifts in breath, and come find you before you hit the floor. They will not just comfort you after the fact, they will prevent the fact. Her eyes flicked off camera the way people do when they are checking notes or looking at someone monitoring them. Whatever she saw there made her shoulders square again. F13 is our latest and most promising subject, she said back in presentation mode. Previous trials did not achieve the desired reliability in detection and modulation. We have made significant adjustments to the neuromodulatory interface and reward pathways. I am cautiously optimistic. As she said previous trials, she gestured vaguely toward the side of the frame with the hand holding her pen. The camera, old and fixed, did not follow. But in the edge of the image on the far left of the lab bench, I caught a glimpse of something that did not belong. A small, clear container about the size of a mason jar, half filled with a pale, murky fluid. Suspended in it were shapes. Tiny bones no bigger than the ones I had seen in the rodent cage downstairs, except these looked more varied. A curved piece that might have been part of a spine, a small triangular jaw with pinprick teeth, a cluster of vertebrae still attached like a miniature spine that had been cut free and dropped into solution. The jar sat there as casually as a coffee cup. No label that I could see, no reverence, just part of the scenery. Emily did not look at it. She did not gesture toward it. She moved on, talking about protocols and phases about how F-13 would be exposed to controlled stress signals from human participants, how they would monitor both the animal and the person for changes. But once I had seen the jar, I could not stop seeing it. It sat at the edge of the frame through the rest of the first log, gleaming slightly whenever the overhead lights caught it. Every time she said previous trials, my eyes ticked back to those tiny bones floating quietly in the preservative, the end result of animals that had not lived up to expectations. F-13 was not the start of anything. It was just the latest version, 3.2. Watching the first demonstration. One video turned into 3 before I even realized I was queuing them up. Emily talking to the camera diagrams behind her, getting more crowded, the animal in the background. F-13 getting a little bigger, a little more active each time the date stamp in the corner jumped forward. Log 1 was all theory and optimism. Log 2 and 3 were talk about improved detection thresholds, reward profiles, and subjective calm reports. I watched them like a man picking at a scab. I could have stopped at any point. I did not. Somewhere around log024.mp4, the tone changed. The file name was the same boring sequence, but when the image came up, the camera angle was different. No more fixed view of a lab bench. This one showed a test room. White walls, no windows. Floor with a drain in the center. Monitors mounted high on the wall screens filled with graphs and numbers. A metal chair was bolted to the floor in the middle of it, with a flat cushion that looked about as comfortable as sitting on cardboard. A young guy sat in the chair. Intern, I guessed. Early 20s. Thin with that tired but trying face you see on grad students and people still believing a line on their resume might save them. His hair was too long for the clinical setting, but shoved back like he had tried. He wore a plain t-shirt with a paper gown half open over it, the front pushed aside to make room for the leads stuck to his chest. Electrodes dotted his skin circles of adhesive with wires snaking out to a monitor that showed his heart rate in a pulsing green line. Another display listed a number labeled cortisol nanograms per milliliter in ugly digital font. A cuff gripped his upper arm, inflating and deflating with soft mechanical sighs to take his blood pressure. His face already shone with a faint sheen of sweat, though nothing had happened yet. On the far side of the room, resting on 4 neat paws, was F-13. It was bigger than in the early logs, about the size of a lanky adolescent cat, but stretched in all the ways that made it unsettling. Its legs were longer, the muscles more defined under that too thin skin. The patches of fur it had were sparse and close, like someone had glued scraps of a normal coat randomly onto a mannequin. It prowled along the perimeter of the room, nose close to the baseboards, sniffing tail switching back and forth in short, agitated arcs. When it passed under one of the wall-mounted cameras, the night vision click was audible on the audio track like a shutter catching. The video's audio was clearer than some of the earlier logs. They must have wired more mics into the room for demonstration purposes. I could hear the faint whir of machines, the beep, beep, beep of the heart monitor, the subtle squeak of the intern's sneakers whenever his feet shifted on the floor. "And we're rolling," Emily's voice said from somewhere off camera, more distant now, like she was behind a glass partition watching. Subject H-07. Baseline anxiety score 6 out of 10. Baseline cortisol 22. Heart rate 86. The intern smiled nervously toward where she must have been standing. His hands lay on the arms of the chair, fingers drumming lightly. "You ready?" she asked. "Yeah," he said. His voice cracked faintly on the word. "Sure, okay. When I say I want you to talk about the worst moment of your life so far, in as much detail as you can." She paused, and when she spoke again, her tone was gentler, almost apologetic. "Remember, you can stop at any time. Just say red light if you want to abort the trial. We'll stop and remove the animal." He swallowed Adam's apple bobbing in his thin neck. "Got it." On the far side of the room, F-13 paused mid-sniff and turned its head slightly toward the sound of his voice, ears flicking forward. Then it went back to tracing the wall tail tip, twitching. "All right," Emily said. "Begin recall." The intern took a deep breath. For a moment he stared at the floor, eyes unfocused. Then he started talking. He talked about a car accident. Not a spectacular one. No news helicopters, no YouTube compilations. Just a rainy night, a slick road, a back seat. His brother driving another car that came out of nowhere. The crunch of metal. The way the world turned sideways. The smell of gasoline and hot oil and blood. The feeling of being pinned, unable to turn his head enough to see if the person next to him was breathing. As he spoke, his voice started to shake just a little. The monitors did not care about just a little. The heart rate line climbed. The numbers jumped: HR 102, 112, 127. The cortisol figure began ticking upward in small, stubborn steps. F-13 stopped pretending to care about the walls. The moment the intern's voice changed, the creature's attention shifted. It turned away from whatever faint scent trail it had been following at the baseboard and angled itself toward the chair instead. Its head lifted, nostrils flaring. In the camera feed, I could see the skin around its nose wrinkle a little, like it was tasting the air. It moved toward him in a low, sinuous walk, the pads of its feet making no sound on the floor. The tail lowered, then rose again in a slow, curling wave. On the audio track, the intern's breathing grew ragged as he described the paramedics. The questions, the horrible silence from the driver's seat. He squeezed his eyes shut at one point, as if that would keep the memory from playing in front of him. The heart monitor beeped faster. The cortisol number jumped again. F-13 came to a stop a few feet from his knees. It watched him for a moment, head tilted, ears forward. Its pupils were already big, swallowing most of the eye. Note Emily's voice murmured on the tape, a little quieter, but still audible. Subject F-13 has oriented toward participant without explicit cue. Heart rate approaching 130. Cortisol at 31. The intern's hands gripped the chair arms. His knuckles whitened. "I remember thinking he was just sleeping," he said. "That if I could just shake him, he'd wake up and yell at me for not wearing my seatbelt, you know. But he didn't." He cut himself off with a sharp, involuntary breath. F-13 moved. It did not creep this time. It did not inch. It jumped a smooth, controlled arc of motion that took it from the floor to the intern's lap, like gravity had taken the night off. The intern flinched, shoulders jerking, but the straps across his chest and waist held him in place. F-13 landed lightly, barely jostling him. It was careful in a way. Deliberate. It settled its weight across his thighs, paws planted on either side of one wrist, where his hand was clamped on the chair arm. Up close in this log, its size was clearer, too heavy for a normal cat, all lean muscle and bone pushing against the thin fabric of his scrub pants. It lowered its head and pressed its face against his forearm, right where the leads ran from the electrodes on his chest, down toward the monitors. It inhaled slowly, nostrils flaring wide. I could hear the breath in the room, mics, a drawn-out, almost human-sounding pull of air. The intern stared down at it, eyes wide. he said, voice wobbling. Is it supposed to? Continue, Emily's voice said quickly. Describe the moment you realized your brother was not responding. He tried. I kept saying his name, but as he stammered, F-13 opened its mouth. The first sound it made was that low, rattling purr. Compared to the one I had heard live from the guard room, this was clearer, closer. It vibrated through the speakers with a deep sub-bass quality that did not match the size of its chest. It sounded too big for it, like a diesel rumble squeezed into a compact car. The purr rolled through the room under the beeping and the intern's ragged breathing. Then the tongue came out. It was longer than I expected. Pale, almost the same color as its gums in the greenish wash of the camera, and oddly smooth. No obvious roughness like a normal cat's sandpaper tongue. It unfolded slowly from between those rows of teeth glistening with saliva that caught the overhead light in a thin sheen. F-13 lowered its head and placed the tip of that tongue against the inside of the intern's wrist, right where the skin is thinnest and the veins lie close to the surface. It did not lick in a quick cat-like lap. It moved with horrible deliberation. From just above the heel of the hand, it drew the tongue upward in a straight, slow line, pressing as it went. The motion was so controlled that for the first second, it looked almost like a gesture of affection. A kiss, the intern hissed between his teeth. His fingers spasmed on the chair arm. The heart monitor leapt. On the feed, I watched his skin change under the wet path. First, it reddened the way skin does when you scrape it with a fingernail. Then the line grew darker, as if the blood underneath had been pulled up closer to the surface all at once. Tiny beads formed along the track, glinting darkly. Then so smooth it was almost elegant the skin split. For a heartbeat, I thought it was my imagination. Then the camera operator, probably Emily or someone under her orders, zoomed in. The view tightened to the wrist and the creature's muzzle. The tongue withdrew for a moment, a thin thread of blood clinging to its tip. The line it had traced was now a fine, perfect seam of opened flesh, a red smile on pale skin. Blood welled up in that seam, not in a wild gush, but in a precise, continuous rise, as if whatever lay beneath had been tapped and now bled on command. It slid out and pooled, then overflowed in a thin run down toward the intern's palm. Satilaomd. 13 closed its eyes halfway, lids lowering in what looked disturbingly like pleasure. The purr deepened the sound, taking on that wet bone click undertone I had heard from the live feed. Emily's voice on the audio shook just enough on the next words to betray that she was still somewhere under the scientist, a person watching an animal carve open a man. We're seeing a marked drop in cortisol after initial spike, she said. F-13 appears to be actively modulating. The creature licked again, following the same track, pressing its tongue into the open seam it had made. The intern's whole arm jerked. His mouth opened in a silent gasp before he managed to force out a noise that was half laugh, half sob. It hurts, but I feel... He trailed off, eyes going unfocused for a moment, then blinked hard. I feel kind of... floaty. The heart rate monitor did something I did not like. The line did not drop back to baseline. It dipped, then hovered higher than it had been at the start. Not dangerous yet, but not calm. The cortisol value, on the other hand, fell. Slowly at first, then more quickly, like whatever surge had hit when he started, the memory was being burned off. The camera zoomed even closer on the wound. The skin at the edges of the cut now gaped just enough to show what lay below, a flash of glistening white in the red. Bone barely visible under a layer of slick tissue. Each time F-13's tongue passed over it, the red deepened, the line widening, exposing more of the pale structure beneath. The intern's fingers dug into the metal armrests hard enough that I wondered if he would sprain them. Sweat dripped down his temple. But when Emily's voice asked, "How are you feeling emotionally?" On a scale of 1 to 10, he surprised us both. 3, he said. Then after a second, maybe 2? I don't know. I feel weirdly calm. Like I know I should be freaking out more, but it's kind of muffled. His voice sounded distant, like he was talking through cotton. On the monitor, the cortisol number reflected his words. It hovered just above baseline, no longer spiking. Anxiety measured in a way a spreadsheet could love was dropping. The heart rate line, however, still jittered above where it had been. Not the sharp panic peaks from earlier, but a sustained elevation. His body was still very much aware that it was being opened. F-13 kept going. It stayed perched on his lap weight, pressed into his thighs, muzzle nestled against the weeping line it had made. Its eyes were almost closed now, just slits of black under heavy lids. Its breathing had slowed, each inhale a long, savoring draw through its nose. The purr thrummed, constant vibrating in the intern's bones. Its tail had gone still, draped around one side like an anchor. It looked in that close-up like an addict in the middle of a hit. The correlation was so obvious it made my stomach turn. Pain and fear in the human. A measurable spike, then drop in anxiety markers. Pleasure responses in the animal slowed, breathing dilated pupils, steady purr, sustained contact. The whole thing choreographed like a sick little dance. On the screen, F-13's pupils were blown wide now, 2 huge black pools that swallowed the reflection of the lights. Each time the tongue passed over the exposed tissue and brushed the slippery hint of bone, those pupils seemed to shiver. The animal was not just reacting to fear, it was enjoying it. It was enjoying the taste of it, the proximity of it, the way being physically on top of the source of that fear felt. It was learning in a way no chart on that wall could capture that human terror came with a reward, a flavor, a feeling. Sitting there in the guard booth, staring at that frozen framed tongue, mid-lick blood, suspended in a thin arc bone, a pale ghost under glistening red. I understood something that Emily in that moment on the audio had not let herself say out loud. They were not just teaching F-13 to detect fear and soothe it. They were teaching it that fear and the pain that came with it felt good. 3.3 The death on camera. There is a point, if you stare at a screen long enough, when you stop feeling the chair underneath you. The room shrinks down to the rectangle in front of your face. The hum of the building, the tick of the clock, the creaks in the walls, all of it fades into a sort of static you do not really hear anymore. That is what the logs did to me. I told myself after that first demonstration that I would stop, that I had seen enough to know I wanted no part of whatever Mopet had cooked up in their basement. But the next night, when I sat down in the guard room and the building settled into its usual midnight exhale, my hand went straight to the USB drive without asking me. log 025, log 026, log 027. Emily aged in those videos. Not in years, but in the way she held herself. Her shoulders rounded in a little more. The circles under her eyes deepened, spreading like bruises. The optimism in her voice leaked out, replaced by a brittle kind of determination. F-13 aged too in its own way. Clip by clip, it grew into its bones. The awkward, kittenish proportions sharpened. Its muscles corded under its skin, lean and efficient. The patches of fur it had never thickened into anything resembling a normal coat. Instead, they thinned in other places, leaving more of that pale, tight skin exposed. Its eyes impossibly seemed to take up more of its face, or maybe the rest of its face just hollowed out around them. Either way, each new log made them look less like animal eyes and more like polished holes in its skull. The early sessions used toys and treats as rewards. Feather wands, laser pointers, food pellets dispensed when F-13 correctly oriented to a stress cue. In the first dozen, it chased the laser, batted at the feathers, crunched the treats with some interest. By the time I hit the middle logs, 40s, 50s, it barely glanced at the toys. The squeak of a rubber mouse would get a head tilt, maybe. The rattle of the treat dispenser earned no more than a brief flick of the tail. But if a human subject's voice wavered, if the heart monitor spiked, if someone cried or flinched or gasped, F-13 locked on like a magnet finding north. Its whole body language changed when distress entered the room. The ears came forward. The pupils blew wide. The tail stilled, then began that slow, serpentine wave I had seen in the live feed. Its breathing deepened, like it was inhaling something delicious, something meant for it. Session after session, the pattern repeated. Human fear. Approach. Contact. Tongue on skin, sometimes at wrists, sometimes at the inside of the forearm, once at a subject's bare ankle where a sock had been rolled down, to expose more vasculature, according to Emily's commentary. In every clip, the same set of numbers, cortisol up, then down. Self-reported anxiety dropping from 8s to 2s. The graphs looked like success. If you watched them without sound, it almost worked. I did not watch them without sound. The room mics picked up everything. The little gasps when that smooth tongue found a new patch of skin. The choked laughs when subjects tried to explain how weirdly calm they felt. The thick, wet sound when the line of red it left behind went from surface deep to something more. At some point, I realized I had lost track of what night it was. I was only coming in, working my shift, going home and sleeping just enough to get back to my chair in front of those screens. Stubby pencil on the logbook heat lamp glow of the burrito mute click of the thermos lid, all of it perfunctory. The real meat of my job, as far as my brain was concerned, had shifted into watching an archive no one had asked me to look at. Outside the guardroom, the building still had its rhythms. The generator test, the ice machine, the faraway drip. Below all that, between 2 and 3 a.m., the familiar 4 taps still came from the stairwell. Tick, 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 tick. They felt less like a mystery now and more like a reminder. The log that ended it, or should have ended it, was not labeled any differently. Log 087.mp4. Same naming scheme, same folder, no warning tag. The date stamp in the corner, though, jumped out at me July 2nd, 2023, about 8 months after the first log I had watched. Right around the time, if my memory was right, that local news had started running stories about irregularities at Emopet Labs. When the video started, the test chamber looked wrong immediately. Most of the previous sessions had begun with a clean room. Sterile floor, drains clear, equipment orderly. This one opened on blood. There was a dark smear across the concrete leading straight to the central floor drain, where a thicker pool had dried in a lumpy ring. Spatter marks dotted the wall behind the bolted chair high and low, like a half-hearted attempt at cleaning had just redistributed it. The camera angle was lower than usual, pointed slightly up and toward one corner of the room. The image jittered once at the beginning, like someone had bumped the tripod in a hurry and never fixed it. In the foreground, at the edge of the frame, a man lay half-slumped against the wall. He wore scrubs, pale blue turned gray in the camera's flat color. His back was braced at the junction of wall and floor legs, splayed out, one foot bare, the other still in a sneaker with a torn lace. One arm hung limp at his side. The other was stretched toward the center of the room, elbow bent at an unnatural angle. For a second, the angle made it hard to parse what was wrong with that arm. My brain tried to fill in the missing pieces to cover what it could not map onto a familiar shape. Then the focus adjusted, and I saw it properly. From just below the elbow to the wrist, there was no skin. No normal contour of forearm, no gentle bulge of muscle. The 2 long bones, the radius and ulna, were laid bare, gleaming white in the harsh light. They were still connected by scraps of tendon and shredded strands of something that might once have been muscle. But most of the meat was gone. Stringy remnants clung like someone had chewed a chicken wing down to the bone and then changed their mind about the last bits. Here and there, small tatters of skin remained rolled back like torn cuffs at the edges of the wound. Blood had dried in thick layers along the bones, darker in patches, the color of old leather in the camera's palette. Fresher streaks, still tacky, glistened in a brighter gray. The hand at the end of all that ruin was still intact. The fingers twitched occasionally, a small, horrible flex that made the tendons in the stripped forearm jump like puppet strings. The man's face was turned partially toward the camera. His eyes were open, glassy pupils blown. His lips moved, but the sound that came out was barely more than air. "Help. Please. Swan. Please." It was the kind of voice you hear from people too far gone to even be properly afraid anymore. On his chest, perched like it had found the best seat in the house, was F-13. It was bigger again. Not huge, not monster movie enormous, but grown into an unsettling, lithe density. Every piece of it looked honed. The muscles along its shoulders and back rolled under its skin like coiled cables. The ribs traced clear shadows when it breathed. It crouched with its back paws planted on the man's sternum front paws, resting lightly on either side of the ruined forearm. Its tail was curled loosely around one side tip, twitching in slow, satisfied ticks. Its head was bent muzzle pressed to the exposed bones near the wrist. The room mic caught everything. The wet, obscene sound of its tongue moving along the stripped clean surface, slurping at what little tissue still clung there. The faint, high ch-ch of teeth meeting bone when it shifted to gnaw. The quiet, rattling purr thrumming through its chest, a vibration that must have carried down into the man's ribcage, into his heart, into whatever was left of his sense of self. Every so often as it worked, there was another noise, a tiny crack, sharp and brittle, like someone stepping on a dry twig. That was when it found a weaker spot in the bone with one of those needle teeth and worried at it until it gave. Little chips broke off and vanished between its jaws. The man's breathing hitched with each new sensation. He did not scream. I do not know if that was because whatever had happened before the recording started had taken the scream out of him, or because the shock had pulled him so far away from his own body that all he had left were those breathy little pleas. "Help, please." F-13's ears flicked once at the sound, then flattened in a posture I had come to recognize from the log's focus. It adjusted its grip on the forearm with its claws digging in just enough to hold the limbs steady. Its eyes were half closed, slitted in bliss. Every line of its body radiated contentment. Its tail gave one slow thump on the man's chest, and the purr deepened, filling the room like a mechanical hum. The camera zoomed a little, trying to center the scene. Whoever was watching from behind the glass had decided, at least for a moment, that this was data worth capturing rather than a horror worth stopping. Up close, the textures were worse. The exposed bone shone where saliva and blood had mixed into a fresh glaze. In places, grooves had been chewed into it, shallow channels where the enamel had scraped away mineral. Thin strings of red connective tissue hung and snapped as the creature's tongue passed over them. Every movement produced a new, disgusting symphony. Slick slurp, faint crack, the soft drag of tongue over bone, the quiet tick of teeth adjusting their bite. I felt bile creep up the back of my throat in the guard room. The coffee in my stomach curdled. I reached for the keyboard to stop the video, to shut it off, to do anything else. But my hand stopped halfway there, hovering useless. On screen, the man's head rolled a little toward the camera. His eyes somehow found the lens. For a second, something like awareness sparked there, a tiny flare through the haze. "It's helping," he whispered. His mouth twisted around the word like it did not fit. "Feels calm." The monitors, half visible on a wall mount in the upper corner of the frame, backed him up, in cold numbers. His heart rate was elevated, but no longer spiking. The cortisol readout hovered just above baseline. An overlay text box, probably Emily's edition, flashed subjective anxiety 3 out of 10. Reports detached calm. Did that make it better, I wondered, or worse? Before I could decide, the room changed. The door in the background, heavy metal with a small window like all the others, burst inward hard enough that it rattled on its hinges. 2 figures in scrubs shoved through faces half hidden by masks and goggles. One of them carried a long pole with a loop at the end, the kind you see animal control use on dangerous dogs. The other had a bulky handheld device braced against their shoulder, a tranq gun or something close enough in purpose that my brain did not care about the technicalities. "Jesus Christ!" One of them shouted, voice blowing out the little mic for a second. "Get it off him! Get it off!" F-13's head snapped up. For an instant, it froze, pupils contracting to pinpoints. Then every muscle in its body coiled. The one with the catch pole lunged forward, trying to loop the noose over its neck. The other lifted the gun sighting along it toward the animal on the man's chest. The creature moved. Later, when I replayed that last second of footage in my head, it always came back as a blur. In the actual video, if you went frame by frame, you could see the sequence push off the man's ribcage twist in midair. Claws, extended teeth bared, not in a grin now, but in something rawer and less human, aimed not at the noose. Not at the man with the gun, but straight toward the camera itself. The image jittered as the thing hit the lens or the housing around it. The last frame froze on a close-up smear of pale skin, dark fur tuft, and a wide black eye that filled most of the screen. Then the footage cut to black. No fade, no error message, just gone. In the silence that followed, the guard room felt too small. I sat there, hands still, hovering over the keyboard, listening to my own breathing like it belonged to someone else. The usual building sounds filtered back in slowly, the faint rumble of the generator outside, the whir of the AC, the distant, indifferent world. My stomach cramped. I swallowed hard against the taste of acid climbing my throat. When I finally managed to pull my eyes away from the frozen black of the player window, I looked at the date stamp in the corner one more time. July 2nd, 2023. 2 months before local news ran the first vague segment about ethical concerns at Emopet Labs. 3 months before the company released its carefully worded statement about winding down operations to better align with core values. 4 months before, I sat in a bright HR office signing an NDA and being told the basement was locked down as part of decommissioning. Weeks, not years, before I took the job as the lone night guard in a building that was supposed to be empty. Whatever had happened in that room with the bones and the catch pole and the tranq gun had not been some ancient horror buried under layers of time. It had been recent. It had been messy. And looking at that timestamp, it was very clear that when Emopet hired me to walk their halls and ensure site security, they had not finished cleaning up what they had tried to build. 4.1. The night I bled on the stairs. After I watched the tech die on that screen, I told myself I was done with the basement. No more late-night detours to B3. No more peeking through fogged glass at fresh scratches that should not exist. No more logs, no more Emily, no more neat little graphs explaining how chewing a man down to bone was anxiety modulation. I would do my route on the floors they paid me for, keep my badge where the post orders said it should go, and pretend that whatever emoji-friendly nightmare Emopet had tried to sell to the world had been locked away and left to rot. The building did not care about my resolutions. The tapping stayed. Tick, 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 tick. Sometimes it was faint, barely rising above the hum of the HVAC. Other nights it was sharper, like claws on metal instead of nails on concrete. Always between 2 and 3 in the morning. Always somewhere under my feet. After the death video, it started to sound less like a random phenomenon and more like a check-in. A reminder that while I watched old footage, the live version of the thing was still down there, pacing, waiting, existing in the same set of walls as me. I started timing it again. Old habit. The red second hand on the wall clock seemed to drag as it ticked toward the window when the sound usually came. Some nights it would stay quiet until I almost let myself breathe, then tick, 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 right on schedule. I avoided the stairwell door on my rounds. I would take the long way around the first floor loop, just so I did not have to walk directly past it. It made the post orders a little sloppier, but no one from corporate was auditing my path. Emo Pet had bigger PR fires to put out than whether the night guard tapped every checkpoint at exactly the right minute. Then the snow came back. It was late February by then. The kind of cold where your nose hairs freeze between the car and the door. The kind where your breath hangs in the air like a ghost and refuses to leave. That night, the parking lot cameras showed nothing but a blank churn of white. The generator groaned harder than usual under the added load. The whole building felt more isolated, like the world beyond those mirrored windows had been temporarily erased. I came in, hung up my jacket. In the guard room, did the usual dance with the microwave and the thermos. The clock ticked its way past 11. I did my first floor sweep, cutting through the cafeteria and empty offices, the sound of my boots echoing off surfaces that had not seen daytime in months. On my second loop, I noticed a stack of printed incident reports and maintenance forms sitting in a plastic tray by the lobby desk. Someone from day shift had left them for a supervisor who had not bothered to come collect them yet. Most of it was bureaucratic trash notes about flickering lights, requests to fix a vending machine that no longer had power, a complaint about unpleasant odors in lower mechanical levels. One form folded wrong mentioned access panel corrosion in stairwell to B1/B2. Exposed edge may be hazard. I should have paid more attention to that line. Around 1:30, bored out of my skull, and trying not to let my brain wander down to B3, I grabbed the stack of reports with the vague idea of filing them properly in the little office off the mechanical room. It was an excuse to be doing something that looked like work instead of refreshing the same camera feeds and not looking at C13. The stairwell to B1 was bright and familiar. I had gone down there plenty of times to check equipment, to sign off on a contractor's visit, to stand on concrete that did not lead farther down. The air was colder than usual. The draft from the lower levels, a steady, slow breath of bleach and damp. I tucked the paperwork under one arm, the edges of the pages rasping against my shirt. I was halfway down from the first floor to the B1 landing when my boot hit a patch of something slick on the step. Meltwater maybe, condensation. It does not take much. My foot slid forward. My weight followed. I lurched legs, scrambling to find purchase. The stack of reports flew out from under my arm in a white spray. I caught myself with my right hand on the rail, but the momentum carried the rest of me sideways. My left forearm slammed into an exposed edge where an access panel sat slightly ajar. The pain was fast and hot, the kind that does not even feel like pain at first. Just shock and white light. I heard the sound before I fully processed the sensation, a wet, ugly skirk as skin met metal and lost. For a second, everything in me froze. My body went still in that stupid animal way, like if I did not move, the injury would not register. Then the burn hit. It felt like someone had dragged a serrated knife along my arm from wrist to mid-forearm. A deep, gnawing heat that spread in a bright band. My fingers went numb, then tingled fiercely. I pulled my arm back and stared. The gash ran along the inside of my left forearm, a long, jagged line with edges already puffing and reddening. For the first inch or two, it was just a bad scraped layers of skin peeled back. Then, toward the middle, it deepened into something nastier. The skin there had parted wide enough that I could see the glisten of subcutaneous fat, pale and glossy under the stairwell's fluorescent light. Blood welled up fast, dark, and thick, overflowing the torn edges, and spilling down in quick fat drops. By the time my brain caught up enough to tell my mouth to swear, the blood had reached my wrist, sliding over the calloused bump of bone there, and pooling briefly in the cup of my palm before gravity took it. Tap. The first drop hit the concrete step at my feet. In that narrow stairwell, the sound was weirdly loud. A tiny round impact followed by a microscopic splash. Tap, tap. More followed in quick succession as my heart pumped enthusiastically against all common sense. The metallic tang of it hit the air, immediately cutting through the bleach and concrete with something richer, heavier. My own blood has never smelled as strong as it did in that moment, in that cramped, echoing shaft. I clamped my right hand over the wound, because training beats shock even when you are alone. Warmth flooded through my fingers, sticky and insistent. My mind was still busy cataloging stupid details, how the stack of reports had fanned out across the stairs pages, curling as they hit the damp spots, how my breath steamed in front of me in quick, ragged bursts, when another sound cut in. Tick, 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 tick. Not the slow, measured pattern I had grown used to. Faster, lighter, like claws skittering on metal, catching and slipping in quick succession. The hair on the back of my neck went rigid. The sound was coming from below, not from deep down, not muffled by layers of concrete. From somewhere on the metal steps farther down the shaft. Closer than I had ever heard it. It echoed up through the gap between floors, threaded through the smell of my blood, like a string being pulled tight. Tick, 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 tick. Pause. Tick, 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 tick. It sounded excited. There is no good technical term for it. That same rhythm, but sped up like fingers drumming when someone smells food. Like pacing that has turned into a trot. I did not wait to see if it got closer. I grabbed as many of the blood-spattered reports as I could, with my right hand pressed to the wound, and stumbled back up the stairs, boots slipping again in my haste. My heart hammered against my ribs, sending new surges of warmth down my arm, through my fingers, off my knuckles. Behind me, below, the tapping continued. Tick, 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 tick. I did not look back. At the first floor landing, I nearly slammed into the stairwell door. The handle slipped once in my slick grip. The second try it turned, and I burst out into the hallway like I had been underwater. The comparatively warmer air of the first floor hit my face. The ordinary hum of the building vent's distant generator, the faint whine of a light ballast washed over me like noise from another planet. I shut the stairwell door and pushed the crash bar until it clicked back into place. The impulse to drag a vending machine in front of it crossed my mind, stupid and panicked. Instead, I did the only thing I could reasonably do, pressed my hand harder to my arm, and headed for the guardroom. The crappy first aid kit lived on a shelf above the monitor rack, tucked between a box of printer paper and a stack of incident forms no one ever filled out. I yanked it down one-handed, scattering its contents onto the desk. Alcohol wipes, gauze pads, a roll of elastic bandage that had seen better days, a couple of expired packets of burn gel. I peeled my right hand away from the gash to assess the damage, and fresh blood immediately rolled down my wrist in a rush, spattering the cheap laminate of the desk. The cut looked worse up here under the harsh light of the guardroom, angrier. The edges were jagged, some bits of skin lifted like torn paint. Jesus, I muttered more as a punctuation than a prayer. I rinsed it in the tiny sink in the corner, the cold water making my vision go spotty for a second. Rust stains on the porcelain flared red as my blood joined them, swirling, then streaking down the drain. I patted it dry with two thin paper towels hissing between my teeth when one corner stuck to exposed tissue and had to be peeled back. Then I slapped gauze over the whole mess and wrapped it tight with elastic each pass of the bandage, pulling the throbbing edges together into something almost manageable. By the time I finished, my hands were shaking. Adrenaline leaving, pain settling in. I dropped into the chair in front of the monitors, breathing hard, the first aid kit open and gutted beside me. The room felt smaller than usual, the angles sharper. Every black area of the blank monitor squares looked deeper, like a piece of the hallway beyond had been carved out and left hanging just behind the glass. The little light on C13 OBS's feed icon blinked faintly in the corner of my vision. I did not want to look. I did not want to confirm what I already knew, what my animal gut had whispered the moment the skittering started below me. I looked. The feed for C13 bloomed into the main screen, that familiar greenish wash of night vision. The enclosure was exactly where it had been. The handprint on the glass was still there, a dark smear caught in the IR glow. The drain in the corner, the cables, the empty floor, and F13. It was not pacing this time. It was not curled beneath the print. It was standing dead center in the pen, all four paws planted, body rigid. Its head was lifted, nose slightly tilted upward, like a dog catching a scent on the breeze. Its eyes were open pupils, enormous, drinking in what little light there was. The chest rose and fell in slow, exaggerated breaths, each inhale long enough that I could hear the intake hiss faintly through the room's speakers. It was smelling me, smelling my blood, through concrete floors and metal pipes and ducts, through whatever vent system connected that room to the rest of the building. The same way it had once scented a spike of panic in an intern's sweat from across a test chamber, it had caught the trace of my blood in the stairwell air. As I watched frozen in my cheap chair with my arm wrapped in gauze that was already spotting red, F13's head turned. Not a quick flick, a slow, deliberate pivot. It turned toward the camera, toward me. For the first time since I had started spying on it, I saw something new at the corner of its mouth. A thin line of wetness, darker in the night vision render, catching the light in a way that normal drool did not. It gathered in a bead at the edge of its lip, then broke and slid down along its jaw in a slow trail. There was nothing visible to eat in that pen. No fresh meat, no dead subject, no technician's arm, but something in the smell running through the vents, a hint of fresh iron, of startled cortisol, of blood hitting old building dust, had lit it up anyway. Far below me in that square room, the thing Emopet had built and then lied about stood perfectly still, purring with its nose in the air and its mouth watering. That was the night it started tasting me. 4.2. The footage I was never meant to see. By the time you are hearing this, these videos are not on any Emopet server anymore. They live on a cheap external drive in the bottom drawer of my apartment under a pile of junk mail and a busted Xbox controller. Every time I move the drawer, I hear the plastic case knock against the wood and feel my stomach tighten. Back then, though, the first time I saw them, I was still in the guard room. It was a couple of nights after I bled on the stairs. The bandage around my left forearm was already stained a rust brown under the fresh white wrap, the cut underneath throbbing in time with my pulse. Every time I flexed my wrist, the pain shot up toward my elbow, a dull, hot ache that belonged in a hospital, not under a strip light in a shuttered lobby. The C13 feed had become a kind of gravity well on the monitor wall. I did my best to look at the other cameras loading dock parking lot second-floor hallways, but my eyes kept drifting back to that green-tinted box. The thing in the enclosure was pacing again that night. It walked a tight circuit nose, occasionally lifting, as if checking to see if the scent it had caught in the stairwell was still there. Every time it turned, the bandage on my arm seemed to itch from the inside. I told myself I needed information. Not because I wanted it, but because I did not see how I could keep coming into that building at night without knowing whether anyone had ever actually tried to kill the thing. Every normal instinct in me screamed that the only sensible option was to quit, walk away, find another crap job where my blood was not on the menu. The problem was, I had seen enough of how Emopet operated to know one thing: if they had killed F13, they would have documented it. Corp loves paperwork around death. Paperwork keeps people from suing them, so I went hunting for proof. The first USB, the one with Emily's logs, was already in my pocket more often than not by then. I had taken to plugging it into the security PC during the deadest parts of the shift and skimming through the folders anytime the camera feeds stayed quiet for more than 5 minutes. That night, instead of going straight to /video, I backed up a level and started looking at the other directories I had ignored. There was a folder labeled /admin, full of PDFs and text files with boring names: meeting _minutes _0423q3 _report _draftlegal _review _notes. I opened one at random and found myself scrolling through bullet points about brand synergy and vertical integration. Not helpful. Another folder /legal looked more promising. Inside were scans of letters with letterheads from law firms I recognized from late-night commercials. Depositions, draft statements. A file named EMOPET_liability_summary. In that one halfway down the page between paragraphs of dense legalese, I saw a line that made my skin crawl more than anything in the videos had. Pending final adjudication and settlement asset F13 must be maintained in secure containment, as destruction may be construed as spoliation of evidence. Asset, not animal, not subject, asset. Farther down, recommend internal reclassification of F13 as Category 3 biohazard rather than animal research subject to reduce exposure to potential animal cruelty litigation. Existing animal welfare protocols may be deemed inapplicable. In other words, if they called it a biohazard instead of a cat, they did not have to worry about how many bones it licked clean. I kept opening files. In /COMMS, there were email chains between people in HR, PR, and legal arguing about what to say to the press. Snippets stuck out. We cannot admit any ongoing live testing. Narrative must emphasize isolated incident and immediate corrective action. Under no circumstances mention F13 by identifier in external communications. Nothing in any of it said we terminated the animal. We ended the project. The closest it came was a line about lockdown of all behavioral suites pending review. Lockdown was not the same as euthanized. Lockdown was a pause button, not a stop. On the second USB, the one I had grabbed labeled F13 Trials. Raw, there was something stranger. Buried under the main folders of data, there was an unmarked directory. No label, no friendly acronym, just /incident-B3. My finger hovered over the mouse for a second, the way it does when you know you are about to click on something you cannot unsee. I opened it. Inside were only a handful of files. No logs, no neat numbering. Just a few clips with names like HALL_B3_CAM02_0702-RED_ACTUAL and CLEANUP_PATH_EXPORT. I picked one and hit play. The view was from a hallway camera on B3, angled down the main corridor I had walked before. The emergency floor strips cast that same thin green light. The walls were blank, that familiar hospital white turned sickly by the camera. At first, it looked like nothing was happening. Then, from the far end of the hall, two figures in white coveralls came into view, pushing a gurney. They wore caps and masks, faces anonymous. The gurney itself was one of those basic steel frames on squeaky wheels, the kind you see in hospital shows. A sheet covered whatever lay on it, tucked at the edges. Except for one area. Around where the head would be, the sheet was soaked. The stains spread outward in a dark halo, darker at the center, lighter at the edges. In the camera's washed-out palette, it was a patch of deeper gray, but I have seen enough blood on enough surfaces to know what that weight looked like. One of the cleaners had one hand braced against the bump under the sheet, as they wheeled it like they were keeping something from sliding off. The other pushed from the foot. Their footsteps were a dull, even thump on the concrete. The room mics on that feed were not great. There was more hiss than sound. But underneath the shuffle and squeak of the gurney wheels, I heard it. Tick, 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 so faint that if I had not spent months listening for that pattern, I might have missed it. 4 tiny taps evenly spaced from somewhere deeper down the hall. From the direction of C13. Neither of the cleaners reacted. No flinch, no glance toward the sound. They just pushed the gurney along, turned it toward the elevator, and disappeared out of frame. I scrubbed back 30 seconds and listened again, this time leaning in until my forehead almost bumped the monitor glass. Tick, 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 tick. Right there, a fraction of a second after the gurney passed a specific door. Not louder, not insistent, just present like breathing. I sat back and let the implications arrange themselves. There had been a death bad enough that they needed a covered gurney and a mop crew. That part I already knew from the test chamber footage, but the way the camera label read HALL_B3_0702_0702-RED_ACTUAL told me this was not something they meant to keep in the regular archive. Red meant restricted. Actual meant nobody had edited it yet. The people in that video had walked past the sound of claws on metal like it was an air conditioner hum. Either they could not hear it anymore, or they had decided for the sake of their paychecks and their sanity that it was not their problem. Mine apparently was to sit alone with it in the middle of the night. The dread that had been a slow, constant presence in my chest flared into something more focused. Emopet knew exactly what was in B3. They knew it had killed at least one person, had maimed others. They had chosen not to destroy it, not to euthanize, not to tear the place down and salt the earth. They had chosen to call it an asset, rename it a biohazard, and leave it in a glass box at the bottom of a decommissioned lab. Then they had hired one guy making $16 an hour to make sure nobody broke in. I told myself again I should quit, that the NDA was not worth this, that no amount of debt made this a good trade. Instead, I opened one more file. This one did not look like the others. The naming scheme was off. C13_OBS_INT_REVIEW_ZOOM. No date, no subject ID. When I scrubbed through the timeline, I saw why. It was not a continuous session. It was a compilation. Short segments spliced together, each only a minute or two long, all from the C13 camera zoomed in on different parts of the enclosure. In most of them, F-13 was alone. No humans, no chairs, no monitors beeping. Just the animal and its pen. One clip showed it pacing in the middle of the night cycle, tracing the same path over and over, wearing an invisible groove in the floor. Another was focused on the food tray. F-13 approached. Sniffed, took a perfunctory bite, then abandoned the kibble to sit under the smeared handprint, instead staring up. The section that stuck in my head and still sits there now while I sit at my kitchen table typing. This came toward the end. The camera was angled up more than usual, centered on the ceiling vent above the enclosure. You could see the slatted metal grill, a faint halo of dust around the screws, the dark square of duct beyond. F-13 walked into frame along the edge of the glass, head-lowered tail flicking. It moved without hurry, but with purpose, like it had done this route 1,000 times, and knew exactly where every corner was. It stopped directly under the vent. For a few seconds, it just stood there, nose pointed at the floor, ears forward. Then slowly, it lifted its head. The eyes tracked upward, following some invisible thread. First, the gaze touched the vent, then seemed to go beyond it into whatever lay in the dark ducts above. Its nostrils flared. The mouth opened just a crack. I watched its chest expand, ribs showing clearly. A long inhale. On the video, there was no sound to match that breath. The room mics did not pick up anything but the faint whir of the camera and background hum. Then F-13 did something I had not seen in any other clip. It turned its head toward the camera and tilted it just slightly to one side, not like an animal hearing an unexpected noise. There was something too deliberate in the angle, too precise. It was the kind of head tilt people do when they are trying to match what they see on screen with something in their memory. In the corner of the frame, a small live spectrogram display showed the audio being recorded a horizontal bar with colors mapping sound frequencies. Usually, it just flickered along the bottom, fat and warm, where the low-frequency building noise sat. As F-13 looked at the camera and tilted its head, the spectrogram jumped. A thin spike appeared high up on the scale near the top edge, a needle of activity where there had been nothing. It held there for a second, bright and tight, then vanished. I did not hear a thing. The room mics did not translate it into anything my ears could use, but the software had seen it, labeled it as sound. In the guardroom then, I just leaned in closer, replayed that second 3 times and muttered, "What the hell was that?" to myself. Here now in my apartment with my own cheap laptop speakers whispering that same clip into the dark at 2:37 a.m., the reaction was different. Under the table, my dog's head snapped up. He had been sleeping pressed against my leg, a warm, comforting weight, breath slow and even. The moment that little high spike bloomed on the spectrogram, he jerked like someone had touched a live wire to his spine. A low whine slid out of his throat, high and thin, the sound he makes for thunderstorms and fireworks that get too close. His nails scraped on the floor as he scrambled out from under the table and back toward the bedroom, ears folded, flat eyes wide. "Hey," I said, automatically pausing the video. "It's okay. It's just..." He did not look at me. He was staring at the laptop. Or not at it exactly. At the space around it. At the open air between the screen and the doorway, like something had just moved through it that I could not see. He whined again, softer, then turned and bolted into the bedroom, jumping up onto the bed in one clumsy, desperate motion. I heard him circle once, twice, then collapse against the wall, pressing his body into that narrow gap he usually growls at. Back in the old footage, F-13 stood under the vent head, still tilted eyes fixed on the camera, waiting. The spectrogram spike faded back to baseline. The room looked as empty, as sealed as it ever had. In my apartment, the only sound for a few long seconds was the hum of my fridge, the rattle of my AC, and my own heart thudding too hard in my bandaged arm. 4.3. The first time it touched me. There is a special kind of shame that comes with admitting you fell asleep on a job where something could actually kill you. Most of the time in security, the worst thing that happens if you doze off is you miss a raccoon knocking over a trash can. You get written up, maybe fired, but you go home alive. I had spent years on forklift lots and warehouse docks watching guys nod off behind monitors, jerking awake when their head dipped, swearing they were just resting their eyes. I used to laugh at them. Then Emopet gave me a badge and a basement full of ghosts, and I became one of them. The night this happened, I had no business being awake, let alone responsible for a building full of somebody else's legal problems. I had done 3 12-hour shifts in a row at a different site that week, trying to catch up on bills, then rolled straight into my regular Emopet nights, like my body was still 25, and not a busted 40-something with a knee that complained about weather. The gash on my left forearm was not helping. The cheap elastic bandage the day supervisor had scrounged from an office kit was already stained through a rusty shadow underneath the newer white wrap I had added myself. The cut throbbed in slow pulses, a hot, insistent ache that stole little bites of my attention every few minutes. Every time I shifted in the chair, it flared. By midnight, the caffeine had stopped doing anything constructive. My brain buzzed and sagged at the same time. The camera feeds blurred at the edges. Outside, the snow had given up. Now the parking lot monitors showed only a flat, empty black with sodium light halos around the poles. I did my rounds anyway. First floor, second floor, the mechanical rooms. I walked past the stairwell door to B3 without letting my eyes linger on it. On one pass, I found myself standing in front of it anyway, hand hovering near the handle before I realized my feet had brought me there on autopilot. Nope, I told the door out loud. You stay down there. I stay up here. That's the deal. The door did not argue. Around 2 a.m, back in the guard room, I sat down thinking I would just rest for a minute before starting another loop. The room was warm compared to the hallway. The old swivel chair creaked as I leaned back the cushions, sighing under my weight. The hum of the monitors and the soft hiss of the HVAC settled around me like white noise. I remember glancing at the clock, 2:08 a.m., and checking the C13 feed one more time. F13 was curled in a tight ball in the corner of its enclosure under the smeared handprint. Its tail was wrapped neatly around its body. Its eyes were closed, or at least mostly closed. For once, it looked still. Good, I murmured. You stay asleep, I'll stay awake. That was the last clear thing I remember from that night. I must have drifted. The way you do when you stare at something too long and your brain quietly pulls the plug before you know it. I came back to myself sometime later with my chin on my chest, mouth dry, a line of drool tacky at the corner of my lips. My arm felt like someone had pressed a hot iron to it. The monitors showed nothing out of place. Lobby empty, hallways empty. C13 feed unchanged, or so I thought. The clock read 3:27 a.m. Shit, I muttered, wiping my face with my good hand and straightening up, heart pounding for no reason I could name. I did another round more out of guilt than need, then rode the rest of the shift out with my eyes wide and unblinking nerves jangling. I told myself the spike of pain in my arm was from sleeping on it wrong. Maybe I had bumped it against the desk. Maybe the bandage had slipped and pulled. I rewrapped it in the bathroom, cursing under my breath as I peeled away gauze that had stuck to half-dried blood. It did not occur to me to be afraid of anything but infection. A week later, paranoia finally caught up. By then, the cut was scabbing in ugly, uneven ridges. The edges around it were a faint yellow-green that said bruising rather than rot. I was tired all the time in a way that felt deeper than just too many hours. Every time I sat down in the guard room, my eyes flicked to the corners of the monitors, looking for movement that was not there. One slow night, the building extra quiet, I got it into my head to check the cameras for gaps. It was one of those half-thoughts that come to you when your brain has been chewing on a worry too long without making progress. If something happened while I was asleep, I thought I should know, even if it was just me drooling on company time. The security software saved partial recordings locally before uploading them to whatever dusty server Emopets still paid for. I pulled up the archive and scrubbed back to the date in question, fingers clumsy on the keyboard. Lobby cam. 1:50 a.m., me in my uniform jacket walking across the frame with a styrofoam cup of gas station coffee. 2:05 a.m., me coming back from a patrol, rubbing at my forearm absently before disappearing into the guard room. I switched to the interior lobby camera that had a clear shot of the guard room door. Set the playback to double speed. Watched myself through the glass, just a sliver of me passing by the opening and sitting down out of view. The clock overlay in the corner flicked from 2:08 to 2:09, 2:10. My shadow did not move. Idiot! I muttered at my own motionless silhouette. Divdes mit więc. That was when the guard room door moved. At first it was so slight, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks. The handle stayed still, but the door itself breathed in its frame the barest shift. Then slowly, the latch pulled in on its own, the inch or two of play you get if a door is not fully set in the jam. The door eased open. Not swung, not thrown. Just cracked, a dark wedge appearing between the edge and the frame, wide enough for a hand or a head or something small and determined. Nothing came through at first. The hallway beyond looked the same floor gleaming in the infrared, the far wall a dull line. Then something low and thin slid into the frame. If you squinted, if you wanted badly enough to believe in mundane explanations, you could have called it a cat. It moved close to the floor, body elongated, tail trailing behind in a whip-thin curve. The night vision washed it all in that flat, gray-green erasing color, making fur and skin the same shade. But cats do not unfold like that. As it cleared the doorway, it stretched joints extending farther than they should have. Legs too long for the torso, elbows, and hocks articulating at angles that made my stomach clench. Its tail flicked once, balancing it, as it flattened itself almost entirely to the tile, each paw placed with exaggerated care. F-13. Seeing it on a grainy monitor from down the hall rather than in its glass cage did something to my perception of it. It was no longer contained, no longer theoretical. It was in the same clean corporate hallways I had walked under, the same fluorescent lights that had made my skin look sallow at 3 a.m. It moved in total silence. The only sound on the recording was the faint whir of the camera. Occasionally on the audio track, I heard a soft, high tick when the tip of a claw touched tile a fraction too hard. Those little mistakes sounded louder than the rest of the footage. It slid through the guardroom door like smoke. I felt my own skin crawl as the empty hallway remained on the monitor door, now hanging slightly ajar. I switched feeds with hands that had gone slick. The interior camera in the guardroom was not one I checked often. The angle is terrible, mounted in a high corner, looking down past a cluster of monitors and an old emergency procedures poster. You can see the chair, half the desk, the edge of the door. You could see me. I was slumped slightly sideways in the chair, chin tipped toward my chest, mouth slack in the least flattering way possible. One arm was folded across my stomach. The other dangled off the side of the chair, fingers brushing the floor, bandaged forearm exposed in the dark. The door behind me opened a few inches wider. F-13 slid into view along the floor, hugging the base of the wall. It moved in that unnervingly smooth way, like each limb was on a separate track. Its brain could fine-tune without thinking. It kept low until it was directly behind the chair. I watched myself sleep. I did not look peaceful. My brow was furrowed, my mouth twitching every so often in a way that said my dreams were not any better than my waking hours. If I had been smart, that expression alone would have kept me from closing my eyes on duty again. F-13 inched around the side of the chair, close enough now that the night vision picked out more detail. Its skin had that stretched, almost translucent look I knew too well from the lab footage. Patches of fur lay ragged along its spine, and shoulders sticking up in little tufts. Its eyes were pools of black, reflecting tiny pinpricks of light from the monitor bank. It stopped when its head was level with my hanging arm. For a second, it simply watched the slow pulse of blood under the bandage, the faint movement of tendons when my fingers twitched in sleep. Its nostrils flared. In the audio, I heard nothing, but the way its chest rose told a different story. It leaned in and nosed the bandage. The way it pressed its face against the cloth was disturbingly gentle. It inhaled slow and deep, like it was drawing in the smell, cataloging it, matching it to something it had already filed away. My fingers flexed once. I did not wake. F-13's mouth opened just enough to show the tips of those needle-fine teeth. It closed them around the bandage in a careful, almost tender bite. The pressure dimpled the wrapping but did not break skin. It was tasting through the cloth. Testing. Then it did something I did not believe, even as I watched it on replay. It lifted one front paw and set it against the edge of the bandage. The claws extended not all the way, just enough. With a tiny, precise motion, it slid one curved point under the strip of medical tape securing the gauze. The tape peeled up with a soft stretch, inch by inch. Working like a hand that had learned the trick of buttons and doors, it unhooked the bandage. The elastic loosened. The white pad fell away from the wound, flipping down toward the floor in a slow, sick little reveal. The exposed gash glistened in the night vision, the skin around it shiny with old ointment and sweat. The line itself was angry and wet, a mix of half-formed scab and fresh irritation from the new movement. F-13's tongue slid out smooth and too long. It placed the tip against the top of the wound and drew it down in one deliberate stroke, following the length of the cut. In the monochrome feed, the fresh blood that welled up looked black. It beaded, then spooled out following the path gravity and anatomy offered. My whole body twitched in the chair. My shoulders jerked. My free hand clenched into a fist. I did not wake. The creature's eyes slid half shut. Its purr started as a faint vibration in its chest and grew quickly into something visible. The chair itself trembled just slightly under the combined rhythm of its chest and the weight of its paws on the armrest. It licked again slower, pressing the tongue deeper into the wound this time. The torn edges of skin flexed around it. The edges of the bandage, still clinging in places, shifted with the motion. The monitor's microphone was not good enough to catch the full obscene detail of the sound, but it caught enough, a slick dragging noise, the soft tap of its claws, adjusting their hold, the quiet rasp of my breath, hitching in my sleep. On the tape, this went on for maybe 15 seconds. It felt like an hour. Then, for reasons I will never understand, and am grateful for anyway, F-13 stopped. It pulled its tongue back, licking its own lips, once leaving a dark shine there. It shifted its weight, placing one paw lightly on my chest, right over where my badge hung crooked from my shirt pocket. The paw rested there for a moment. It was not a kneading motion. It did not press hard. It simply lay there, claws sheathed the pads, spreading slightly with contact. In that pose, F-13's head was only a foot from my face, close enough that if I had opened my eyes, I could have seen nothing else. It looked up at me. On the feed, in that hideous flat green light, my sleeping face sagged and twitched. A muscle in my jaw jumped. The skin under my eyelids fluttered. F-13's pupils narrowed just a little. Its ears rotated, tracking the slow thump of my heart under its paw. It stayed like that, feeling the rhythm for 3 beats. 4, 5. Then it stepped back, in a movement so smooth it barely registered. As separate actions, it dropped off the side of the chair, slipped across the floor, and went out the door. The door eased almost completely shut behind it, the latch not quite catching, leaving the same hairline crack it had opened with. On the monitor in the guardroom recording I slept on. When I woke up that night, my arm felt like it was on fire. The bandage was hanging loose, half unwrapped, the gauze beneath it stuck wetly to the cut. I cursed, assumed I had ripped it open myself, washed it in the tiny sink, and told myself I had to stop moving so much in my sleep. I did not know then that it had already tasted me. 5.1. The stench in B3. There is a point where staying afraid in one place feels worse than going looking for what scares you. After I saw the footage of it in the guardroom, my guardroom tongue and my wound paw on my chest, like it was taking my pulse, something in my brain snapped out of the denial loop. Hiding upstairs was a joke. Locking the cheap guardroom door was a joke. Emo Pet's rules about lobby and first-floor patrols only were a joke. F-13 did not care about floors or post orders. It had walked through my door without touching the handle. It had peeled a bandage off like it had opposable thumbs. Whatever lines corporate had drawn on a map of the building did not apply anymore. For a few days after I watched that lobby footage, I lived in a kind of suspended panic. I still came to work because rent still existed, because my credit card company did not give a damn about my horror movie life. But every second of every shift felt like waiting for something to peel open the corner of my world and step through. The logical part of me said I should quit, that no job was worth this, that I was an idiot for keeping my badge clipped on like it was armor. The other part, the one that has always wanted to know what is behind the closed door, even when my gut says nothing, good kept thinking about B3. If F-13 was roaming, if corporate had decided to call it a biohazard and pretend it was under control, the only thing I had going for me was information. I needed to know what else was down there, what they had left behind, what they had not bothered to clean up when they locked the doors and told the world it was over. I picked a day when the building felt least haunted. Late afternoon shift, handoff. The sun was still up, an anemic winter light smearing itself over the parking lot. A couple of admin people on day shift were lingering in the lobby, arguing quietly over a stack of boxes. Somewhere up on the second floor, a contractor hammered at something in a ceiling tile. The presence of other human beings in the building made my skin itch, but it also made me feel less like the only warm thing in the maze. Going to check the lower mechanicals, I told the day guard on his way out, waving a clipboard I did not need. That corrosion issue on the B1 stairs, I'll log it. He nodded without looking up from his phone. Cool, man. Just make sure you hit all the checkpoints. They're cracking down on that now. Sure they were. The stairwell to B1 looked different in daylight, leaking through the little wired window in the door. Less like a throat, more like a chute. My bandaged arm itched as I passed the step where I had left the streak of red the night it started tasting me. Someone had wiped it up since then. The concrete was cleaner there, a rawer gray like a patch of fresh skin grafted over scar. At the B1 landing, the mechanical door sat where it always had, unbothered. Below it, the stairs turned and dropped toward the level I was not supposed to acknowledge. The laminated authorized staff only sign on the wall had started to curl at the corner's tape, yellowing. The air got heavier with each step down. The bleach smell thickened, sweetened by something rancid and sweet that had seeped into the concrete and never quite let go. I half expected the door to B3 to be locked this time, as if the universe might decide to grow a conscience and put one more barrier between me and my bad decisions. The reader light was dark. The handle turned. Same soft click, same quiet surrender. When I cracked the door open, the air hit me like it had been waiting. It had all the familiar layers, disinfectant sharp enough to sting stale, closed-up building breath, wet fur. But there was something else now stronger than before. A deep, rotten undertone that smelled like a walk-in freezer full of meat that had been unplugged for a week and then doused in bleach in a losing battle. It was the smell of old experiments. The floor strips glowed their tired green down the length of the corridor. My shadow stretched ahead of me in a warped imitation of my shape feet, sliding over the painted concrete. I moved slower this time. On my first descent to B3, I had rushed trying to get to C13 and back like I could outrun the place. Now I took in every door, every sign. The scratches I had noticed before looked worse in this new frame of mind. At knee level on almost every door, clusters of gouges overlapped each other, some so deep they had exposed raw metal beneath the paint. Some had peeled long, curling strips away from the surface, hanging like torn fingernails. In places, the marks were layered in different directions, old scars scoring over older ones. Not the result of one panicked animal thrashing once, but repeated patient contact over time. A couple of doors were not fully shut. One in particular caught my eye, a lab door propped open with a metal stool jammed under the handle. The stool's rubber feet had smeared gray streaks on the floor where someone had shoved it in with more force than finesse. Whoever had done it had not come back to reclaim their seat. The sign next to that door read, "Necropsy/sample prep." I told myself I did not need to go in there. Then I stepped over the threshold anyway. The room inside was larger than the observation suites. Stainless steel tables filled the center, their surfaces gleaming dully under a row of surgical lamps that hung dark like cluster of dead mechanical flowers. Two of the lamps were still pointed at the same table sculptures frozen mid-procedure. Against one wall, a large red-lidded biohazard bin sat with its top askew. A yellowing plastic liner drooped over the edge like a tongue. Black stencil on the side read, "Sharps/biological waste." Someone had slapped a piece of tape over the latch at some point and never bothered to seal it again. The smell in here was worse, concentrated, like someone had taken all the building's hidden rot and given it a room of its own. My boots made a faint sticky sound when I stepped closer to the nearest table. Dried something on the floor, scrubbed, but not fully gone. The kind of stain that had been mopped and mopped until the mop gave up. On the table to my left, a set of instruments lay where someone had dropped them, bone saw, rib spreader, a tray of scalpels in a row. A pair of nitrile gloves, crumpled and stiff, sat beside them, fingers frozen in a half-open curl. I should have turned around right then. Instead, I drifted toward the back of the room, where a wall of small animal cages, stacked 3 high, lined the space. The doors on most of them hung open, some bent, some neat. Empty bowls sat inside, enamel chipped around the rims. Curiosity outpaced self-preservation again. I reached for the nearest cage door and nudged it wider. For a second, I thought it was empty. Then my eyes adjusted to the shadows in the back corner. There, curled into itself, was a clump of matted fur. It took a moment to realize it was not just fur. The mass had a structure under it, a framework that held the filthy fluff in place. I knelt, ignoring the way my knees complained, and tilted my flashlight beam into the cage. The fur had once been white, maybe. Now it was stained, a patchwork of yellow, brown, and gray. Tucked into it, woven almost, were small bones. A tiny spine arched along the middle of the mass, each vertebra the size of a grain of rice. Ribs, fragile, delicate, fanned out from it, like parentheses, hugging the curve of air where organs and lungs used to be. The skull, if it was there, was buried too deep in the felted fur to see, but a single small jawbone poked out near the bottom, lined with minuscule teeth. Whatever small animal had once been in that cage had died and collapsed into itself, time and neglect, and climate turning it into a morbid little nest. The way the ribs and spine were woven through the fur made it look like something had tried to keep itself together on the way down. I closed the cage door carefully and stood up, legs unsteady. As I backed away, my heel came down on something that gave with a brittle little chirquet. I looked down. Scattered across the floor around the table legs were bone fragments. Not a solid carpet, not a deliberate pile, just a sprinkling of small, pale shapes. Some were no bigger than my thumbnail irregular chips. Others had a more recognizable structure, the curve of a rib, the flare of a vertebra, the ball of a joint. Closer to the center of the room, near one table that was otherwise bare, the fragments were more organized. There on the concrete, someone had arranged a cluster of bones in a rough circle. Little long bones paired and laid parallel made up one section. Tiny skulls, rodent, I guessed, sat in another, facing inward. A few vertebrae were stacked in a neat line, then bent into an arc, like a child trying to make a letter from sticks. It did not look like some bored tech's idea of art. It looked like the way a child might sort toys or a crow might stash shiny things. Not precise, not symmetrical, but intentional. My boot nudged one of the pieces at the edge of the circle, sending it rolling a few inches. The sound it made, a small, hollow tick, was too close to another sound I knew. Above me, the vent fans were still spinning, slow and lazy. Their blades chopped the air with a low hoo-hoo-hoo, a background pulse under the thick silence. I stepped more carefully after that, placing my feet between bone shards as much as I could. Each time I failed, the tiny snap under my sole made me flinch. On the central table, under the darkest of the surgical lamps, something larger lay by itself. At first, from the doorway, it read as just another piece of detritus, another anonymous white shape on steel. As I got closer, the details snapped into focus. It was a jawbone, not small, not rodent, human. It lay on its side, the curve of it, graceful, in a way human anatomy often is when you strip the rest away. The row of teeth was still mostly intact, each one rooted crowns stained in various shades of off-white and gray. Near the front, one canine had a golden cap. It caught the weak light from the emergency strips and flashed dully. The ramus, the upright part that would have led into the rest of the skull, had been broken off. The edges there were ragged, not clean saw lines. The outer surface of the bone along the lower edge where you might run your tongue if you were feeling inside your mouth was altered. Small half-moon dents scalloped the border, overlapping in places. Not random chips. Repeated impressions. I had seen those impressions before. They matched the size and spacing of F-13's teeth. I picked it up before my brain could tell my hand not to. It was lighter than it looked. Old bone always is once the marrow is gone. It fit awkwardly in my palm teeth, biting gently into the air. In the hollow where the tongue would once have sat, I could see faint scratches, as if something had nudged and worried at it, turned it over, tested its angles. There was no log for this. No report in the legal folder saying technician's head partially recovered, jaw missing. No incident summary about a post-mortem anomaly. The tech in the video whose arm had been flensed to bone, I had watched him die. I had seen the gurney under the bloody sheet. But this jawbone felt like something from a different story entirely. Another person. Another day. Another meal. I set it back down on the steel more gently than I meant to. The teeth clicked softly against the table, lining back up with the faint grooves they had already worn there. The fan overhead turned. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Somewhere down the hall, faint and patient, I thought I heard it. Tick, 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 tick. I told myself it was just my boots shifting against bone grit. I told myself that jaw could have come from a cadaver used for some separate research, unrelated to F-13. I told myself a lot of things in that room, standing over a human jaw marked by half-moon bites that fit neatly into a mouth I had watched licking blood from my own arm. None of them made the stench any less real. 5.2. The file that named me. The jawbone stayed with me even after I left it on that table. I walked out of the necropsy room with my hands empty, but I kept flexing my fingers like they were still curved around the arc of bone, feeling the faint ridges of bite marks pressed into my palm. B3's corridor seemed narrower when I stepped back into it. The green emergency strips at the floor cast just enough light to turn every doorway into a mouth, every corner into a half-open eye. The smell of bleach and old meat followed me, soaking into my clothes, into the bandage on my arm. I told myself I would go straight back upstairs. I had seen enough. More than enough. There was nothing down here for me but nightmares with better set design. Then I saw the office. It was a few doors down from the necropsy lab, wedged between a behavioral control room and a data acquisition closet. The frosted glass on the door still had a name stenciled on it, but someone had tried to scrape it off. Only fragments of letters remained. MGROPSB3. The handle was unlocked. Inside, the air was marginally less foul. A small mercy. Someone had propped the door open at some point to air it out, then forgotten to close it again. Dust motes drifted lazily through the beams of my flashlight. It was a typical mid-level corporate office: metal desk, cheap rolling chair, 2 filing cabinets, a bookshelf that sagged under the weight of binders that would never be opened again. In one corner, next to a dead potted plant, sat a printer. The printer was what drew me in. It was one of those all-in-one beasts, beige plastic gone gray with age, the kind that takes 30 seconds to wake up and screams like a jet engine each time it prints a page. The power light was off, but the paper tray hung half-extended, and a corner of something printed stuck up from it like a tongue. I walked over boots crunching lightly on grit, bone dust maybe, or just regular building decay. I did not look too closely. The page in the printer was curled at the edge where the rollers had grabbed it. When I slid it free, another page came with it, face down under the first. The toner on both was streaked like someone had hit print and then killed the power halfway through. The top sheet was a memo. Subject: security staffing. Decommissioned wing. From facilities operations. TOHR/legal/security contractor liaison. Most of the printed text was boilerplate. Given reduced ongoing operations at Emopet Labs Facility C, propose night-only coverage with single guard per shift. Building is largely decommissioned. Primary concerns are vandalism and theft of remaining equipment. Corporate buzzwords, the usual dance. My eyes skimmed over lines about cost optimization and risk thresholds. In the margin in blue pen, someone had scribbled, "Make sure they sign the extended NDA. F13, still on site." The ink had bled slightly into the paper the way ballpoint does when someone presses hard. The dash on the F dug so deep it almost tore the page. For a second, the room went oddly quiet. The hum of the vent faded. The distant thrum of the generators dulled. All I could hear was my own pulse in my ears. I read the sentence again, as if the words might rearrange themselves into something better. Make sure they sign the extended NDA, F13 still on site. I thought about the day they hired me. The HR rep in the glass conference room, with the dead eyes and the huge binder. The regular NDA thick enough to choke a horse. The second packet thin but dense with paragraphs about proprietary biological assets and ongoing legal proceedings. How she had tapped that section twice with her pen and said, "This part's just standard for decommissioned R and D sites. Initial here." I had initialed. Of course I had. I needed the job. I needed to stop the calls about overdue payments. I had thought that NDA was to keep me from talking about empty labs and old brand logos. Some harmless paranoid corporate instinct. They had me sign it because there was still a killer in the basement, and they wanted someone on site at night in case it became a problem again. Someone not important enough that anyone would look too hard if they stopped signing the logbook. The second page from the printer was a work order draft. The toner had faded in places, but I could make out enough to get the gist. Adjust contract with redacted security services to reflect single guard overnight coverage. Emphasize building is mostly inactive. No need for armed personnel. Ensure guard has no access to B2/B3 areas per decommissioning protocol. Below that, in smaller print, was a blank line where someone had intended to fill in a name. It was empty. My skin felt too tight. I set the papers down, suddenly aware of how exposed my back felt with the office door open. The corridor outside was just a dark slash in the window glass, but it might as well have been a mouth. I powered up the computer on the desk before I could talk myself out of it. The tower hummed reluctantly to life. Same old boot menu, same ancient OS. No password prompt. Whoever had abandoned this place had not cared enough to lock it down. On the desktop were the usual icons: email, client, internal portal, a folder labeled facility_docs. I clicked that. More folders bloomed. Staffing maintenance incidents, HR shared. My hand gravitated towards staffing like it had a magnet in it. Inside, there were spreadsheets listing shift rotations, contact numbers, contractor schedules. Old files from before the scandal, when the building had 3 guards per night and daytime coverage too, then the newer ones. After most of the names had been wiped away, a document called SEC_night_staffing_REV_C sat at the bottom, dated only a few weeks before I started. I opened it. Most of it was the same language as the printed memo, sanitized and formatted for whoever signed the checks. I scrolled past tables comparing costs of 2 guards versus 1 notes about low incident history references to ongoing litigation requiring minimal but continuous presence. Near the bottom, there was a comment bubble attached to a highlighted line. Per legal, acceptable to rely on contracted guard as first-line observer. In event of containment breach, their incident report will be vital for establishing response timeline. First-line observer. That was a nice phrase for first one to die if it gets out. A little further down, another comment, this one tagged to HR. Make sure to run full background and attach. Prefer candidate with limited local ties. No public-facing persona. NDA must include extended biohazard confidentiality clause. My stomach knotted. I clicked back up a level into HR/shared. There was a folder called candidate_files_security. Inside, a handful of PDFs, most with names I did not recognize. Old guards. Applicants who had not taken the job. People who had passed through these halls and gone on with their lives unaware of what lurked under their feet. One file was different. It did not have a name in the file name, just a code SEC_CAN_0047_BGCHK. My fingers hovered over it. I already knew what it was. Denial did not even bother to show up for this part. I double-clicked. The PDF opened with a small chime. The header was from a third-party background check service, the kind that security companies use when they pretend to be more careful than they are. In the top left corner was my name, full name, middle initial, date of birth, last four of my social, current address listed as the crappy one-bedroom behind the Walmart and Speedway where I am sitting right now typing this. Past employers, warehouse logistics, that short stint at a factory outside Dayton. No felonies, no misdemeanors. Credit not great, but not in flames. The section below it was a little box with check marks and a single paragraph of notes. No criminal record in state or federal databases. Prior employment verified. No active licenses beyond security training cert. No dependents listed. No spouse. No current civil actions. Social media presence minimal. Someone in HR had added a comment box on the right. Low external entanglements. Clean record. Approve. Another comment tagged to a name I recognized from one of the legal memos. Agree. Low profile, no dependents. Reduced external scrutiny if incident occurs. Proceed. I stared at those lines until the words blurred. Low external entanglements. No dependents. Reduced external scrutiny if incident occurs. It is one thing to joke about being disposable. Night shift people do it all the time. If something happens, they'll put a plaque in the break room and replace me with a cheaper guy. Gallows humor. It is another thing to see it written down in corporate prose attached to your name, with an official approve stamped on the thought. They had not just hired a guard. They had shopped for a sacrifice. I pushed back from the desk, the chair rolling on its casters, with a little squeal that sounded too loud in the cramped office. My heart hammered, sending pulses of heat into the wound on my arm. The bandage felt suddenly too tight, as if something under it was swelling in response to my pulse wanting out. That was when I became aware of another sound. At first I thought it was the fan, a faint, regular tick, like something tapping lightly against plastic. The vent over the door rattled occasionally. The old fan blades up there had been humming since I came in. But this was different. It had a sharper quality, more focused. Like fingernail on glass, not dust on metal. I killed the computer monitor to make the room darker and listened. The ticking continued soft but clear now that I was not drowning it in CPU noise. Tick, 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 tick. It seemed to come from above, somewhere in the ductwork. Not right over my head, but close. Traveling, as I stood there holding my breath, like that would help the rhythm changed. The spacing between the taps shortened the tempo, picking up. It fell into a pattern I knew too well now, a 4-count that had become the drumbeat of this whole place. Tick, 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 tick. Pause. Tick, 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 tick. Not from the floor this time. Not behind a door. From the veins of the building itself, the vents and ducts that tied all of B3 together like a circulatory system. Whatever was making that sound was moving through those narrow spaces, claws or teeth or bone hitting metal as it went. I imagined the ducts as a map. One line running above C13, another over the necropsy room, a junction over this office. All of them feeding finally into the same main trunk that probably ran up toward the rest of the building, toward the stairwells, toward the guard room. The tapping faded for a moment, then came again slightly farther away, or closer. It was hard to tell in the muffled acoustics of concrete and steel. On the darkened monitor, the last thing I had looked at was still faintly visible my own name at the top of that background check, ghosted in phosphor afterglow. No dependents, no spouse. Approve. Under my feet, the building hummed. Over my head, in the duct that carried the breath of this place from one room to another, something sharp kept time with my heartbeat. 5.3, the last calm shift. If you can even call it calm. I did not know it was my last normal night at Emopet, but my body must have known something. Everything felt like a countdown I could not see the numbers on. It was a Friday, technically. The kind of Friday that starts at 10:45 at night with you sitting in your car in a half-empty lot watching lightning flicker over the silhouette of a dead biotech building. I remember the way the clouds looked first. Thunderheads stacked over the industrial park, like someone had dragged a mountain range in on rails. The weather app on my phone had been screaming about a severe thunderstorm warning since late afternoon. Radar showed a red and orange smear crawling toward our little cluster of asphalt and glass. Perfect, I thought, staring through my windshield at the mirrored front of Emopet Labs. Alone in a haunted building with the lights going out. Real original. I had brought extra coffee that night. 2 giant gas station cups sweating in the cup holders' lids already tacky around the edges from whatever syrup they pump into the French vanilla spout. I had told myself it was to stay awake to avoid another nap in the guard chair with my arm hanging out like an all-you-can-eat buffet. If I am honest, it was because I could not stand the idea of being alone in that place with my thoughts and no chemical distraction. Before I went in, I opened the Notes app on my phone and wrote 2 words. Resignation letter. The blinking cursor sat there a little pulsing dare. I typed, "To whom it may concern," then deleted whom because it felt too polite for what I wanted to say. I settled on, "I am formally resigning my position as night security at Facility C effective at the end of next week." My thumb hovered over save for a long second. "I'll give them a week," I muttered to myself. Long enough to find another idiot with no dependents. Some part of me knew that was wishful thinking. Not the part that needed rent, though. I saved it, slid the phone into my pocket, grabbed both coffees, and went inside. The lobby felt different the moment the airlock doors slid shut behind me. On most nights, the building's atmosphere was just dead, stale. The air conditioning hummed. The lights buzzed, the glass reflected more of the inside than it showed of the outside world. That night the air had weight, pressure, like the building had taken a deep breath and was holding it. My ears felt faintly blocked the way they do in an airplane before you pop them. The back of my neck prickled. I chalked it up to the storm rolling in, but I had been through plenty of thunderstorms in that lobby. This one crawled under my skin. The day guard signed out with a grunt, barely looking at me. He had earbuds and music, tinny even from where I stood. "Storm will probably knock the Wi-Fi out again," he said as he shrugged on his jacket. "Have fun with that." "Yeah," I said, "can't wait." When he left, the building shifted. I do not mean physically. There was no tremor, no literal settling. It was something subtler. The way the silence changed when the last other human being walked out and the automatic locks thunked into place. I did my routine anyway. Clock in, check the console. Make sure all cameras were live, all doors registered closed. The monitors glowed in a grid, each tiny square a potential problem, or more likely, a whole lot of nothing. In the guard room, I set one coffee by the keyboard and stuck the other in the tiny fridge for later, even though the idea of being here later felt suddenly theoretical. On my break log under notes, I wrote, "Will be resigning next week." It felt like tempting fate putting it in ink like that. Outside, lightning flickered again, bright enough that the lobby cameras pushed their exposure down for a second. Thunder followed a few seconds later, a long, rolling growl that shook the glass faintly in their frames. Weather alerts buzzed my phone against my hip. Severe thunderstorm warning. Damaging winds possible. No mention of monsters in the basement. As the night deepened, the storm moved closer. Rain started as a faint speckling on the exterior cameras, then turned into white static sheets as the downpour hit. The parking lot became a mirror for every flash in the sky. Inside the building felt like it was being pressurized. The air tasted metallic. My ears popped. The hair on my arms, not just the scarred one, both stood up. Little things started to go wrong. Around 1 a.m., a motion sensor alert popped up on the console. B2, South Hallway, motion detected. B2 was one of the levels I was not supposed to access. It housed equipment and support systems for B3 at least. That is what the half-redacted floor plans suggested. I pulled up the camera feed for that hallway. Nothing. Just a long stretch of concrete and metal doors washed in the usual dim light. No people. No flickering shadows. I rewound 30 seconds and watched again. For one frame less than a blink, something interrupted the perfunctory stillness. A blur near the ceiling right by a vent grill. Not a shape I could define. More like the idea of movement. Then it was gone. I told myself it was a bug, a glitch, a camera artifact in low light. The console did not argue. The alert cleared. Later on, another sweep through the feeds. I noticed a door on B2 that had been closed all week now, hanging slightly ajar. No badge swipe log, no maintenance request. The sign next to it said bio-waste/incineration access. I wrote the time down on my notepad, circled it, and stared at the circle for a long minute. Going down there would have meant admitting I was the only line between whatever had nudged that door and the rest of the building. I stayed in my chair. On the C13 feed, the enclosure was empty. For the first time since I had started watching it, F13 was nowhere in sight. The glass box sat under the green wash of the camera like a display case in a museum after hours. The door looked closed, bolts in place. The smeared human handprint on the glass was still there, slightly more faded. On the floor inside, near the base of one wall, a faint smear of something darker had appeared since my last check. Too light to be fresh blood, too irregular to be a shadow. I scanned every corner of the pen, every inch of floor and wall. No sign of it. If this were a movie, that would be the part where the soundtrack goes quiet right before something hits the lens. In real life, the soundtrack was a combination of weather and machinery. The rain drummed on the roof in a constant roar. Thunder came in waves close enough now that occasional cracks rattled the light fixtures. At some point, the generator outside kicked itself into a test cycle, one of those periodic self-checks that big facilities schedule when they are paranoid about power loss. The sound of that engine coming online was like someone dropping a metal heartbeat under the building. A deep, metallic boom vibrated up through the floor. The guardroom desk shook just enough for my coffee to ripple in its cup. A low hum settled in under everything else, a bass note you felt more than heard. I was still watching the waveform of the generator spike on a diagnostic screen when I felt the first knock. Tok. It came from under my feet. The floor in the guardroom was the same cheap commercial tile as the lobby laid over concrete. Nothing about it suggested hollows or crawl spaces. I had walked on it hundreds of times without thinking about what was beneath it. The knock felt like someone had hit the underside of that concrete with a padded hammer. A solid, dull impact that traveled up through the soles of my boots and into my bones. I froze, ears straining. A second knock. Tok. Same spot, same weight. Then a third. Tok. 3 knocks. My mind, because it hates me, supplied the image of a hand. Not human. Something thinner. Sitting in the dark under the building, tapping out a pattern on the underside of the world. The generator's rumble swallowed the echoes almost immediately, leaving me with my pulse thudding harder than any mechanical engine. I told myself it was the generator itself, vibrations carrying weirdly through the structure, resonance in some pipe. Then a few minutes later, between a distant roll of thunder and the next test cycle, it came again. Tok, tok, tok. This time there was a fourth sound at the end. Tick, lighter, higher, almost playful. Like the fourth knock was more fingernail than knuckle. A little joke tagged onto the end of a grim ritual. I stood up so fast, the chair almost tipped. My wounded arm flared pain shooting from scar to shoulder. I did not care. The floor under me looked like any other floor. Stop it, I snapped at nothing. Voice too loud in the small room. Just stop. The building did not. The generator droned on. Thunder rolled. The console beeped politely. A notification window popped up in the corner of the main monitor, a little too cheerful for the content. Alert bio-waste incinerator. Maintenance mode active. Auto cycle disabled since 3 days. The message sat there innocuous with a yellow triangle icon beside it. Bio-waste incinerator. The place where things too dangerous to landfill go to burn until nothing recognizable is left. The one piece of equipment in this building specifically designed to make sure biohazards stop being anyone's problem. Maintenance mode. Auto cycle disabled, 3 days. I clicked for details. The log that came up showed a service request, combustion irregularities / incomplete reductions. Technician to inspect burn chamber. Auto cycle disabled pending review. No confirmation of the repair. No follow-up entry saying it had been brought back online. The only real disposal method for something like F-13 was currently offline. I stared at the screen until my eyes watered, the words blurring into each other. Outside, lightning flashed bright enough to turn every camera white for a second. The generator hiccuped, caught itself, hummed louder. Then the lights went out. It was not a dramatic movie blackout. No shower of sparks or exploding transformer. Just a flicker, a shudder in the fluorescence, and then darkness. The monitors went black in an instant. The hum of the AC died. The vending machine in the hall clicked off. For a heartbeat, there was nothing but the sound of the storm and the blood rushing in my ears. Then the emergency lighting kicked in. Dim red strips along the baseboards glowed to life, bathing the guardroom and lobby beyond in a low, hellish illumination. The emergency exit signs over the doors lit up arrows pointing at paths that suddenly felt less like escape routes and more like invitations. The monitors rebooted one by one, their screens first showing manufacturer logos, then the security software's loading bar crawling slowly across. In the brief window before the feeds came back, the largest screen in front of me was a dark mirror. In it, I could see my own face, pale and tight eyes too wide. And behind my reflection, in the vague suggestion of the lobby's open space, something that could have been a shadow or a trick of emergency light, or the outline of something low and long and patient just outside the guardroom door. That was the moment I knew that whatever was coming next would not fit in the neat lines of reports and logs and NDA clauses. The last calm shift was over. The blackout and the thing that had been tasting me, watching me, chosen for me, was finally on its way up. 6.1 Blackout. The first time the lights went out that night, they came back. That was almost worse. It let me believe for a few shaky minutes that this was just a blip, just another storm, just old wiring getting bullied by Ohio weather. Fluorescence flickered, died, then emergency strips along the baseboards glowed red. The monitors went black, then rebooted one by one, cycling through logos and progress bars, while the generator outside rumbled itself awake like a tired animal. For a few minutes, the building held together on that backup hum. The air stayed moving in the vents. The lobby still had that faint metallic chill of conditioned air. The cameras came back grim and grainy but alive. I stared at my own reflection in the blank monitor between feed resets, seeing the guardroom behind me, and in the smear of emergency light bleeding in from the lobby, what might have been just shadow. I told myself we were okay. Then the real hit came. It started with the sound of rain changing. Up until then, it had been steady, hard, but steady. A sheet of white noise against the roof and windows. Then somewhere around 3 a.m. it ramped up. The exterior cameras, already hazy with droplets, went almost entirely white, the infrared struggling against a moving wall of water. On the live feed from the loading dock, lightning turned the world into negative for a second. A crack of thunder followed almost immediately, a sound that punched straight through concrete and bone. The monitors shook on their mounts. A couple of small items on the guard desk pen. Stapler, my second coffee cup, rattled. The generator surged. Its low rumble jumped up a pitch strained. On one of the maintenance screens, a bar turned from green to yellow. The Tuddy 98% blinked once, twice. "Don't you dare," I muttered at the status display. Not tonight. It dared. Something out there, wind water, a falling branch, years of neglect, did what it had been meaning to do since the day they cut corners and postponed real maintenance. The rumble coughed. Just for a second the sound broke, hiccuped, caught. Then the pitch wobbled and dropped. One of the warning icons on the maintenance screen turned red. Generator fault. Auto restart disabled. "Come on," I said louder now, like raising my voice would help. The generator tried again, a sputtering crank that sounded disturbingly like a person with fluid in their lungs. Then it died. No slow fade this time, no dignified wind down. Just off. The hum in the vents stopped. The small, constant thrum that lives in the bones of any big building just cut. For a heartbeat, the silence had actual weight. Then the fluorescence overhead browned out and went. The monitors, which had just finished their reboot dance, blanked again, their screens going dark in a wave from left to right. The tiny LEDs on the network switches across the room flickered, slowed, then went out. What stayed was the emergency system. Exit signs over the lobby doors glowed a deeper, more insistent red. The baseboard emergency lights that had felt like an afterthought earlier now painted everything in a low, hellish wash. They ran on their own battery backup, separate from the main lines. You could feel the strain in them like candles burning at the end of a long night. The guard room shrank. The corners of the ceiling vanished into shadow. The reflection in the dead monitors went from semi-transparent overlay to full mirror, my pale face floating over black screen. Out in the world, the storm did not care that our power had given up. Thunder rolled. Rain pounded. Wind shoved at the front glass in visible gusts. Inside, without the HVAC and machinery filling in every gap, every other sound snapped into focus. The drip, I heard it first as a tiny punctuation in the hallway outside the guard room. A light, irregular tap. Not the even patter of rain through a leak, but the slow, sullen drop of water falling from something saturated. Drip. Drip. It could have been from a coat someone had left hanging. A pipe sweating in the ceiling. Any number of normal, boring things. Without the usual backing track, it sounded like a clock. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me flinch. I pulled it out, no signal. The alert banner across the top just showed the last thing it had successfully pulled down before the cell tower choked tornado watch / damaging winds possible, but no new messages, no supervisor response. The little bars in the corner were empty. The desk phone on the guard console had a dial tone when I picked it up, then lost it halfway through the first ring as I tried to call the on-call number. The line went dead with a small, defeated click. "I get it," I said to the universe. "We're on our own." Training kicked in enough to make a suggestion shelter in place. Stay in the guard room. Keep eyes on what cameras you can when they come back. Do not go wandering around in the dark during a power event. My instincts, which had a much better track record than corporate training manuals, said something else. This is a glass-walled fishbowl with one door. If something comes down that hallway, you have nowhere to go. I sat there for a few minutes, caught between the two voices. hand on the base of my flashlight, feeling the guard room breathe around me. Emergency red pulsed softly in the lobby beyond. The drip in the hallway kept time. The stairwell door was around the corner, out of sight of the guard room window. I could not see it. I could only imagine it now, a rectangle of darkness in a building full of dim red. Behind it, B1, B2, B3. The necropsy room. The cage where I had seen rodents turned into little fur-bone sculptures. The table with the human jawbone and its ring of bites, and C13. Down there, I knew the emergency lights would also be on. Those sickly floor strips would still be burning, drawing down their own reserve batteries, making sure anyone trying to find an exit did not trip. It would be enough light for something like F-13 to move by. I found myself picturing it as it had looked in the live feed, nose up, tasting my blood in the air, pressing its tongue into my wound. Paws on my chest. Paw on the floor of its enclosure head tilted back toward the vent as it made a sound I could not hear. In total darkness, what did doors mean to it? Another thunderclap rolled through the building, closer than the ones before. The front glass vibrated. Somewhere down the hall, a metal sign clattered against a wall. Then, from the stairwell, I heard it. Tick, 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 tick. This was not the faint, distant pattern from my first weeks on the job. Not the barely there ghost tapping I could pretend was pipes or old equipment. This was sharp, clear, metal on metal echoing up the shaft, like a fingernail on a bottle. 4 taps evenly spaced coming from below. I held my breath. They came again, louder. Tick, 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 tick. The sound was moving. That much was obvious. Climbing. The acoustics of the stairway carried it up, but you could hear the change in pitch as it rose slightly, less echo, slightly more presence. It hit the level where the B3 door was. Tick, 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 tick. A pause. My mind unhelpfully supplied an image of the heavy fire door with the narrow wired glass window. Something on the other side pressing against it, testing it. Remembering how easily the lock had given the first time I pushed it, expecting resistance, the tapping shifted up again. B2 level. Tick, 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 tick. Bivian. Tick, 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 tick. With each set, the sound got clearer, more distinct from the storm. By the time it reached the level of the first floor, the one I was on, it sounded like it was happening just on the other side of the cinder block wall. The stairwell door around the corner from the lobby was closed. I knew that. I had watched it swing shut on the lobby feed a dozen times. I had checked it on my rounds. Doors are only comforting if everything on both sides of them respects the idea of a door. My hand tightened on the flashlight until my knuckles ached. The tapping stopped. Silence poured into the space left by it, thick and expectant. Rain, thunder, drip in the hallway. I realized my breathing had gone shallow. I forced a deeper breath, felt it shudder in my chest. The doorknob to the guard room rattled. Not hard, not like someone trying to force it, just a slow, gentle jiggle. Like a hand, not a human one, not exactly, had curled around it and given it an experimental twist. The cheap metal knob moved in its housing, the latch catching holding. The sound it made was tiny, but in that quiet, it might as well have been a gunshot. I did not say anything. I did not move. I just stared at the door, waiting, every muscle in my body coiled. The knob stilled. For a second, nothing happened. Then, there was a sound along the bottom of the door. A soft, dry scrape running from one side to the other. Like claws, light, careful, pulled gently across the gap between the door and the floor. Sure. It went one way, stopped, came back. Shirk, as if something on the other side was feeling the seam, testing how much give there was. Probing. The hair on the back of my neck tried to lift and had nowhere to go. My scarred arm prickled like a nest of ants had been poured under the skin. My heart hammered so hard it hurt. The building for once did exactly what I had always accused it of. It held its breath with me. No generator, no AC, no vending machine hum. Just the scrape of claws on the bottom of a door between me and the hallway, the dim red of emergency exit signs glowing like eyes, and the knowledge, solid, undeniable, now that whatever emo pet had decided to call a biohazard was not down in C13 where it belonged. It was upstairs with me. 6.2. Hallway hunt. There is a line between guard and prey, and it is thinner than anyone puts in the job description. I sat there with my hand death-gripping the flashlight, staring at the guardroom door while the last echo of claws on metal faded from the underside of it. Every instinct I had screamed to stay put. Barricade. Crawl under the desk. Pretend I was not there. But the guardroom was a glass box. 3 of its 4 walls faced the lobby, more window than anything else. The door was the only solid panel, and whatever was dragging its claws across the bottom of it had already proven in another room on another night that doors were just suggestions. The only real thing I had going for me was the fact that out there in the emergency lit hallways, I had space to see, to move, to at least pretend I could maneuver instead of just waiting for something to come through drywall. My training manuals would have disagreed. But the people who wrote those had never watched a hairless, long-limbed cat thing peel a bandage off their arm and drink from them like a juice box. I stood up, every muscle in my back complaining, and grabbed the maglite from its charger. It was one of those old, heavy aluminum ones, long enough to use as a baton. I had always thought of it as a light first and a weapon second. That night it flipped. My eyes scanned the guardroom for anything with weight. The little desk clock, useless. Stapler, pathetic. My gaze landed on the red metal cylinder mounted by the door. Fire extinguisher. I popped it out of its bracket with a sharp jerk. It swung down into my hand, heavier than I expected. The metal was cold against my palm, the pin's plastic tag scratching my fingers. Flashlight in my left, extinguisher in my right. That was the closest I was getting to armed. The doorknob sat in front of me, quiet now. No more polite testing, no more scrapes. The emergency red from the exit signs bled under the gap in a thin line. I took a breath, held it for a count of 3, and turned the knob. It rotated without resistance. The latch clicked back. I opened the door a few inches, body pressed tight to the frame, and slid the flashlight beam into the hallway like a probe. The world outside was a horror movie set built on a budget and then abandoned. The lobby stretched out to the right, its polished tile floor reflecting the dim red glow of the exit signs in smeared streaks. To the left, past the corner, the corridor ran toward the stairwell and deeper into the building, a long throat of shadow cut by the same low lights. No sign of anything living. I stepped out, keeping close to the wall, and let the guardroom door ease shut behind me until the latch clicked. The sound felt too loud. My boots squeaked faintly on the polished floor rubber soles, sticking just enough on each step to announce my presence, even when I tried to place my feet carefully. Every inhale sounded amplified too. The air felt cooler here, carrying drafts from the front doors and whatever leaks the storm had bullied open. I swept the maglite beam across the lobby, chairs pushed back under tables. A plant long dead in a corner, leaves brittle and frozen in their last position. The reception desk monitors, dark phone dead. Nothing moved. Somewhere ahead, down the corridor toward the stairwell, something shifted. It did not sound like a heavy step, more like a soft skitter followed by a faint scraping stop. Nails on tile catching and releasing. Then silence. I swung the beam that way. The hallway beyond the corner remained empty. Just the dull gleam of the floor and the line of doors receding into vague haze. That was the worst part. It was not like a monster movie where you catch a glimpse of the thing's tail vanishing around the bend. This was more like playing hide and seek with a sound. I took a step toward the corridor, extinguisher heavy in my hand. To my right, in a side office with a glass wall, a rolling chair moved. Just a few inches. It drifted away from the desk, with a soft squeak of rubber on laminate, as if someone had nudged it with a knee while standing up. The office itself was empty. Monitor dark. papers scattered in the in-tray. No fans, no AC, no drafts I could see strong enough to move it like that. The chair rolled, stopped, rocked once, a tiny forward back. My throat had gone dry enough that when I swallowed, I heard it. Wind, I told myself. Air pressure, storm outside. Outside, thunder rolled again, ruining my argument. If this was wind, it was coming from someplace inside the building. I kept going. The path to the stairwell from here curved around a glass wall that overlooked a lower landing. In normal times, it was just another bit of architectural showing off. Look, we have openness, we have connectivity between levels. In red emergency light, it turned into a 2-story aquarium, the lower floor a murky tank you could peer into without ever wanting to. As I approached the bend, the tapping started again. Tick, 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 tick. Not from the ducts now, from below. The sound of claws on metal steps floated up from the stairwell, echoing against concrete. Slower than before. Measured. Like something taking its time. I edged up to the glass heart, doing its own drum solo in my chest, and pointed the flashlight down. The beam cut through the darkness, washing the stairwell in harsh white. For a heartbeat, it showed only concrete steps and railings and the dull metal of landings. Then the light hit movement. Halfway down where the stairs turned between the first floor and B1, something clung to the inside of the bend. Not standing on a step, hugging the wall. F-13 was pressed against the cinder block. Like a spider, long limbs splayed just enough to anchor itself. Its body flattened itself along the curve, making use of every angle, every shadow. Its tail lay along the edge of the step, wrapped tight to keep it from dangling. Its head was tilted up toward me. Even from that distance, the eyes were wrong. The maglite turned most surfaces into a wash of colorless glare, but those eyes stayed black. Not reflective like normal animal eyes, catching the light and throwing it back, but glossy like polished stones sunk into its skull. They did not blink. Its chest rose and fell in slow, controlled breaths. Each inhale made the ribs show, each exhale smoothed them out again. It looked patient. The sound I had been hearing was not its claws walking. It was 1 foot, 1 front paw tapping lightly against the metal of the railing, like fingers drumming on a tabletop. The beam landed squarely on its face. In less time than it takes to flinch, it was gone. Not like in a glitchy video feed where the frames cut and your brain fills in the blanks. This was real-world, full-speed movement. One moment it clung to the wall like a disease. The next, all 4 limbs pushed off the concrete at once, a coiled spring releasing. The last thing I saw was the blur of its body dropping down, hugging the inner curve of the stairwell. The air echoed with a rapid-fire tick, 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 tick as its claws hit the edges of the steps, catching and releasing in a controlled fall. Then it vanished out of sight below the landing. The stairwell swallowed the sound. Cold sweat slid down my sides under the uniform shirt. My bandaged arm throbbed so hard it felt like it had its own heartbeat. Every instinct screamed that going down those stairs would be suicide. It knew the angles. It had the dark. It had the vents. I backed away from the glass flashlight beam jittering on the walls. Fine. If the straight route to the door was a kill box, I would try lateral. The offices and cubicle farm on this floor formed a loop that could get me to an alternate exit, at least closer to the loading dock. There were more doors, more furniture, more places to duck behind if I had to. I cut through the next hallway, passing a row of closed doors with little nameplates half peeled off. Marketing, accounts, project management, all empty now, I told myself. All ghosts. In the main open-plan office, the emergency light turned the cube walls into a forest of low, rectangular shadows. Monitors sat on desks like dead eyes. Coffee mugs with slogans about teamwork and Mondays gathered dust rings. I stepped onto the cheap carpet and immediately felt how much it swallowed sound. My boots no longer squeaked. They sank and thudded instead, each step muted. Something else was making noise in there. Paper, a soft rustle like pages being disturbed by a hand brushing past. Then nothing. Then another faint shift. "Hello?" I said, before I could stop myself, voice coming out too soft to sound like a real challenge. "Anyone here?" Of course there was no answer. The building was supposed to be mine alone at night. I swung the flashlight toward the source of the sound. The beam washed across rows of desks, bulletin boards, knocked over office chairs. On the gray carpet near one of the central cubicles, there were tracks. At first, I thought someone had spilled something. Darker smudges against the lighter weave. But the pattern was wrong. Too regular. I moved closer, hand tightening on the extinguisher. They were paw prints. Small. 4 toes and a pad roughly cat-sized, but the shape was off. The toes were longer, more finger-like, each one tipped with a tiny point where a claw had pricked the fibers. They were dark. In the harsh beam, the color was hard to parse, but the way they glistened in the spots where the carpet had not fully soaked them in told me enough. Blood. Fresh enough that the edges were still wet. The prints led between cubicles, weaving under desks, circling around chair legs. Never in a straight line. The pattern looked more exploratory than directional, like something had been moving through here just to see what was new. They disappeared under one particular row of desks, where the cheap partitions made a tunnel of shadow. I pointed the mag light into the gap heart, ratcheting up another notch. Empty. Just a line of dust bunnies, a dropped pen, a stale Cheeto. Above me a sound floated down, purring. The same too deep, too big vibration I had heard through speakers and on recordings, but this time it was in the room with me, traveling through air instead of wires. It seemed to come from the ceiling somewhere in the grid of tiles overhead. The cheap acoustic squares, once invisible background, now looked like 100 fragile doors. The purr grew louder for a heartbeat, then faded the direction impossible to pin down. I moved faster after that, through the cubicles, around a corner, down a short hallway, lined with framed posters about corporate values that had curled in their frames. My beam jerked from one wall to another, chasing edges and shadows. I pushed through into one of the larger conference rooms, the kind with a long, fake wood table and a wall of glass that looked out over the parking lot. The storm outside washed the window in rain streaks of water, catching the occasional lightning flash and turning white. My light skimmed the table folders, a whiteboard marker, someone's abandoned stainless steel water bottle, then bounced off the glass wall ahead. For a second, the reflection disoriented me. The emergency red from the hall and the white beam of my flashlight reflected back a warped version of the room. The long table, the chairs, the smear of my own figure near the door extinguisher in one hand, flashlight in the other, and something else. In the glass perched on my right shoulder was a shape, low, sinuous. Its body draped around my neck like a scarf someone had thrown on as a joke. One front limb looped over my chest, claws resting delicately over my collarbone. The head was level with my ear turned toward my neck. The mouth was open. In the reflection, I saw the teeth clearly this time. Rows of them, not just one neat line, but staggered like someone had layered multiple sets into the same gums. Needles, hooks. Nothing meant for chewing in a polite way. The eyes in the reflection were not looking at me. They were looking at my throat. I did not think. I spun. The extinguisher swung with me momentum, carrying it in a clumsy arc that would have taken out anyone actually standing that close. It cut through empty air and nearly yanked my shoulder out of its socket. Nothing was on me. My shoulder was bare except for the damp patch where my uniform shirt had soaked up sweat. No weight, no claws, no hot breath on my skin. The room behind me was exactly as my flashlight had already shown it. Table chairs, projector mounted crooked on the ceiling. No patches of darker shadow that did not belong. My heart had lodged somewhere in my throat. I forced it down with a swallow that hurt. Slowly, I turned back to the glass. My reflection stared back, pale eyes, two wide extinguisher sagging at my side, maglite beam jittering. The shape on my shoulder was gone. For a moment, the only thing behind me in the reflection was the dim outline of the open door and the red-lit hallway beyond. Lightning cracked outside, bright enough to turn everything in the glass into high-contrast black and white. For that split-second flash, the reflection changed again. F-13 was there. Not on my shoulder this time, but leaning in from just behind my right side head, tilted muzzle inches from my neck. Its mouth was open, wider teeth, a white saw. Its eyes were fully black, no hint of light. Its tongue was already out. The flash ended. The room snapped back to emergency red and flashlight white. In the glass, there was only me. Nothing else, no shape, no teeth. The purr returned soft and distant, coming from somewhere in the ceiling tiles behind me. Every hair on my body felt electrified. The hallway hunt was no longer about who was tracking who. It was about how long the cat would let the mouse pretend it had choices. 6.3. The incinerator. At some point, running stops being a strategy and turns into just a different way of dying. I do not know exactly when that line got crossed. Maybe it was when I saw my own reflection with that thing on my shoulder. Maybe it was the third time I heard it in the ceiling, laughing in that low purr, while I stumbled around in the dark, pretending my little beam of light gave me any control. What I do know is that eventually, between one breath and the next, I stopped thinking about how to get away and started thinking about where I could take it. There was only one place in the whole building that ever actually erased anything. Not the labs. Those just rearranged living things into worse shapes. Not the necropsy room. That only cut them down into smaller pieces. The only real end in Emopet Labs was a room in B3 with a steel throat and a door they called the bio-waste incinerator. I had seen references to it in the logs. Phrases like incinerate remains and full reduction in Chamber 3. I had walked past the door, once glanced at the warning labels, and kept going. I had assumed it was just where dead experiments went when the paperwork was done. Now, with the power out and the emergency lights painting the world red, it was the only place I could imagine putting F-13 that might make it stop existing, or at least hurt it enough that it decided I was too much trouble. The fact that the system was in maintenance mode, auto-cycle disabled, felt like a bad joke. But there had been a manual override on the schematic I saw in that office upstairs. A mechanical latch, something that still worked when the clever parts failed. I could not keep playing hide-and-seek in conference rooms while it learned the building better than I ever had. I needed concrete, steel. A door meant to close on things that screamed, so I went down. The stairwell was almost completely dark now. Whatever ambient light had been bleeding in from the lobby earlier was gone. Only the emergency baseboard strips threw a weak red wash along the edges of the steps, not enough to see by unless your eyes were built for it. Mine were not. I led with the maglite, its cone of white punching a narrow, shaking tunnel into the dark. The beam carved out slices of concrete metal rails, the occasional spiderweb trembling in the draft. Every step down felt like a decision I could not take back. The air changed as I descended. On the first floor, it had still tasted like ozone and stale AC. On B1, it got cooler, the storm noise above dulled by layers of concrete. By the time I hit B2, the temperature had dropped another few degrees, and the air grew wetter like a basement that had been sweating for years. The smell of bleach and old meat thickened with every level. Sound took over where sight failed, dripping somewhere distant, irregular, and hollow, like water hitting metal pans in another room. Pipes creaking as the sudden loss of pressure made them contract. My own boots on the stairs, each contact sending a dull thud up through my legs, and behind me just often enough to keep my spine locked, the faint patter of something touching concrete. Not a full step, a light testing tap. Tick, two, tick tick, then nothing. Every time I swung the light back up the stairs, they were empty. Just the painted lines, the railings, the shadow of my own fear. I stopped calling out. There was no point in pretending this was a human intruder I could challenge. It knew exactly where I was. My breathing, my heartbeat, the heat leaking off my skin, it could probably track all of it. By the time I pushed through the door onto B3, my shirt was glued to my back with sweat, and my left arm felt like it was filled with ground glass. The scar under the bandage burned a line of pure heat. The corridor of B3 looked worse in disaster lighting. Those dull, floor-level emergency strips gave everything a submarine feel, narrow, claustrophobic, like the building had sunk and taken the air with it. The scratches on the doors cast long, jagged shadows that looked like handwriting from some other species. The door marked bio-waste/incinerator sat at the end of the hall. It was thicker than the others, reinforced. Yellow and black hazard stickers peeled at the corners, boasting about high temperatures and restricted access. Someone had slapped a laminated out-of-service maintenance sign under the handle, then left it to curl. I wrapped my fingers around the lever, half expecting it to be locked. Half terrified it would swing straight open into something already waiting. It gave with a heavy clunk. The room beyond was a box of red and metal. Emergency lights glowed from cages high on the walls, casting harsh planes of color across steel surfaces. A large furnace unit squatted along the far wall, its main hatch a square of dark with thick insulation around the edges. A series of ducts and pipes snaked overhead, feeding into a broad chute door set waist-high into the wall to my right, the feeding mouth. That chute door was half open. I could see the interior lip of the metal streaked with old soot, and something else darker that had bubbled once and hardened. The space beyond fell away into black. A cold draft whispered up from it, carrying a smell like old charcoal and burned hair. The control panel beside it was lit by a single dying LED. Most of the readouts were dark. One tiny screen blinked maint mode over and over like a heartbeat too faint to keep the body going. Manual override, I said to myself, scanning for it. You had one, you cheap bastards. There, a heavy red lever under a guard cover, old-fashioned and satisfying. Next to it, a metal wheel for sealing the chute hatch, its handle worn shiny by use. The incinerator itself might not be hot, but the chute could still close. It could still crush. Perfect, a voice in my head whispered. Trap, lid, box. I stepped fully inside, feeling the door swing shut behind me with the weight of a vault. The extinguisher felt slick now in my hand, my palms sweating so much, my grip squeaked on the handle. The moment the latch clicked, I heard it. The purr. It came through the walls. Not a little cat engine. A deep, rattling vibration that lived in the metal itself, making the ducts hum. It reverberated in the furnace housing, in the chute door, in the railing under my hand. I turned slowly, flashlight beam sliding across bare concrete. The heavy furnace, the open half circle of the chute door, back toward the entrance. In the doorway, silhouetted against the weaker red of the corridor lights, something low and long crouched. F-13. Strip away the night vision green, and it looked even more wrong. Its skin had a greasy, translucent pallor stretched too tight across ribs and spine. Patches of fur clung in uneven tufts along its back and neck, damp and spiked. The limbs were all tendon and bone joints, just a little too prominent, like someone had drawn them first and then reluctantly added muscle later. Its tail lashed once, twice, slow and deliberate, the tip making a soft thump each time it hit the floor. The eyes were still black. No light, no color, just pits. The purr rolled out of its chest and through the room, vibrating my ribs. It was not a friendly sound. It was the sound of something savoring the moment before the bite. It moved first. 1 second it was in the doorway. The next, it was on me. It did not leap like a cat. There was no graceful arc. It launched itself in a straight line, body low, claws extended. The speed knocked the breath out of me. 1 second of empty air, 1 second of impact. Its full weight slammed into my chest, driving me backward. My shoulder blades hit the incinerator control panel hard enough to rattle the buttons. Pain flared down my spine. The back of my head clipped metal, sending sparks across my vision. Claws punched into my shoulders, hot and sharp, slicing through the uniform fabric like it was paper. 4 points on each side dug in deep, anchoring. I felt them hit muscle slide along bone. The pain was a white sheet at first, then resolved into individual lines, burning, tearing the hot trickle of blood already soaking my shirt and dripping down my arms. Its face was inches from mine. The breath that rushed over me smelled like copper and rot, an old antiseptic. Its mouth opened wider rows of teeth, framing a tongue that darted out quick and greedy, tasting the air near my throat. It chose my arm instead. Its head snapped down faster than my brain could tell my body to move. Jaws closed around my left forearm, right where the scar tissue from the stairwell still throbbed under the bandage. The teeth punched through old damage like it was softer than the rest. I heard it, a wet, ugly series of pops as scar gave way. A sharp crack as one tooth hit bone and skidded, then found purchase in a groove it had already helped carve the knight at the guard chair. The pain was not clean. It was layered burning where the teeth broke skin, grinding where enamel scraped along bone. A deep electric agony as nerves that had just started to knit back together were torn apart again. It chewed. That is what it felt like. Not a single bite and pull. A grinding, sawing motion of its jaw as it worried the flesh around the wound tongue, pushing tissue into the rows of teeth, cutting and crushing. My vision tunneled. The edges went gray. I heard a sound like an animal screaming and only realized a second later it was me. The fire extinguisher was still in my right hand. Instinct, maybe the only part of me still working, swung it. I brought the steel cylinder down into its flank as hard as I could, muscles screaming. The impact made a sick, solid wood. I felt bones flex under the blow, something give. It did not let go. The purr stuttered, turned into a growl for half a heartbeat, then smoothed out again. Its jaws tightened. New tooth points found new purchase. I hit it again and again. On the third strike, something cracked. I felt it through the extinguisher, a brittle snap under the metal. F-13's back leg buckled the limb, splaying at an unnatural angle. Its claws dug deeper into my shoulder to compensate. My hand was slipping on the extinguisher, now slick with my own blood. Spots of black crowded the edges of my sight. Every nerve in my left arm was a live wire screaming at once. It was not going to stop. All I had left was direction. I stopped swinging and pushed instead. Using what leverage I had back against the panel, its weight on me, I shoved off the wall and spun us both toward the open chute door. The world narrowed to cold steel red light, and the thing attached to my arm. The lip of the chute hit me in the thighs. Pain jolted up my legs. I did not care. I twisted my torso, bringing my forearm, still locked in its jaws, down onto the inner edge of the opening. Bone met metal. If you have never felt your own bones hit steel, I do not recommend it. The shock rang up through my humerus, a tuning fork sensation that made my teeth clench so hard my jaw cramped. The sound in my ears was a blunt, wet clank. F-13 reacted. For the first time, the bite loosened. Not much. Enough that a fresh gush of blood slid between its teeth and my mangled skin. I used that moment. With my right hand slick and shaking, I reached for the manual override lever. It was under a plastic guard. Of course it was. Some safety engineer decades ago had built this system, assuming human techs would be the only ones working it. I jammed my fingers under the cover, snapped it up hard enough to break one hinge, and yanked the lever down. The hydraulics woke up with a delayed hiss. Somewhere inside the walls, a pump wheezed to life, drawing on whatever backup power it still had. The chute door, obedient to old programming, began to close. The heavy steel plate that formed the outer hatch swung down toward us with slow, implacable force. F-13 felt the movement before I did. Its body twisted instinctively, trying to pull back, but pain had made it sloppy. Its rear leg, the one I had already damaged, did not respond the way it wanted. For once, it misjudged. The edge of the door caught it across the middle. It shrieked. The sound was unlike anything I had heard it make, higher roar stripped of that awful composure. It tore through the room, ricocheting off the walls, riding the metal. I wrenched my arm backward with everything I had left. Teeth tore. For a half second, we were both held in place by the physics of it, its jaw a hinge between the door and my flesh. Then something gave. A ripping sensation, hot and blinding, raced up my arm. I left part of myself in its mouth. I stumbled away from the chute, cradling what was left of my forearm against my chest. I did not have the courage to look at it yet. The pain was so huge it almost circled back into numb. The door kept coming. F-13, caught in the narrowing gap, writhed. Its front claws scraped frantically at the door frame, leaving fresh grooves in the metal. Its hind legs scrabbled for purchase pads, smearing the floor with streaks of my blood. For a heartbeat, its head was still visible in the decreasing slot. It turned to look at me. Its eyes were not wild. They were clear, focused, almost calm. There was pain there, its pupils were blown, its breath ragged but layered on top of. That was something like recognition. Its tongue slid out between its teeth, tasting the blood that coated them. My blood. It rolled the flavor over its gums like it was committing it to memory. Then the door reached its throat. The hydraulics did not care what was in the way. Steel met spine with a crunch that I felt in my fillings. The shriek cut off mid-note, truncated into a wet choke. Its back legs thrashed once, twice, then spasmed. The door sealed with a final heavy chunk. The indicator on the panel flickered from open to locked. Inside the chute, I heard it, claws on metal, frantic now. Scrabbling in a confined space, the sound bouncing back on itself. A muffled animal moan that had none of the eerie intelligence of its earlier vocalizations. Then a hollow thunk deeper in the system as something slid or fell into the final chamber. Silence. Real silence this time. The storm above was distant here. The building's dead hum did not reach this deep with the generator down. Even the dripping seemed to pause. I slid down the wall beside the chute and hit the floor harder than I meant to. The emergency lights turned my world into red and black. My breathing came in ragged pulls, each one shuddering. Sweat and blood mixed on my skin, sticky and cooling too fast. I forced myself to look at my arm. From wrist to mid-forearm, the flesh was a mess. Some of the old scar had been torn completely away. In its place were new, jagged edges where teeth had ripped free. The skin that remained was shredded, hanging in flaps. In spots, white bone showed through, slick with fresh red. My hand at the end of it still moved when I told it to. That felt like a miracle. I pressed my good hand over the worst of it. Not because it would do much good, but because it felt like something to hold on to. Heat pulsed under my fingers, each beat a reminder that for the moment my blood was still on the inside where it belonged. Behind the sealed hatch, beyond the steel and the ducts, the thing that had been designed to taste fear and chew bone was finally somewhere I could not see it. For the first time since I started that job, Emopet Labs felt like it might be holding something in instead of letting it out. I sat there in the red glow, clutching what was left of my arm, listening to the silence, waiting to see if the building would start breathing again without it. 7.1 Hospital lawyers and silence. The first thing I remember clearly after the chute is the ceiling. Not the incinerator room ceiling. That one was just a smear of red and concrete as I slid down the wall. I mean the hospital ceiling. Off-white tiles dotted with those little gray specks, a hairline crack running between two panels like a road on a bad map. I woke up staring at that crack. The world came back in layers. First sound, a beeping monitor to my left, slow and regular like a surrogate heartbeat. A softer, higher beep deeper in the room, a respirator or something on another patient. the low hiss of oxygen flowing, a cart squeaking somewhere down the hall, then smell antiseptic sharp in the back of my nose. Overcooked green beans from a dinner tray left too long on a rolling table. That human sour skin scent that clings to hospital air no matter how much bleach they pour into it. Then pain. It did not arrive all at once. It seeped in like someone was slowly turning a rheostat up on every nerve. First, a deep ache in my left shoulder. Then a heavier, hotter burn from my forearm radiating outward. My ribs chimed in a dull throb on the right where the extinguisher and the floor and a supernatural cat had all gotten their say. I tried to move my left hand. Nothing happened. Panic flared so fast, I forgot how to breathe. I jerked, tried to sit up, and a bolt of fire shot from my wrist to my elbow, dragging a hoarse noise out of my throat. "Easy, easy," a voice said somewhere near my head. "You're okay. You're in the hospital. Don't try to move that arm yet, hun." A face slid into view over me. A nurse, late 30s, maybe tired eyes behind smudged mascara. Her badge hung crooked. She smelled like hand sanitizer and cheap coffee. What my throat felt like sand. The word came out more croak than question. She held a little cup with a straw to my mouth. Small sip. "You've been out for a while." The water tasted like plastic in heaven. When I could swallow without choking, I looked down. My left arm was not there. I mean, technically, it was. But from elbow to fingertips, all I could see was a bulky white mass propped up in traction, swaddled in layers of bandage and hard shell. Metal rods and wires disappeared into the dressing at odd angles, fixed to a frame that hovered above the bed like some cheap sci-fi prop. My fingers weren't visible. My hand might as well have been gone. A spike of nausea twisted my gut. I swallowed it down, eyes burning. Lucky, the nurse said, following my gaze. She said it with the tone of someone who had said the same rehearsed line 100 times before. "You lost a lot of blood. They weren't sure you were going to keep that arm. You made it here just in time." "How long?" I managed. "Since the accident?" she asked. "You've been in and out for a couple days. They had you pretty sedated after surgery." "Accident." The word hung there between us like a bad punchline. Memories surfaced in clumps. Red emergency lights. Steel door closing. That final crunch. The jaw on my arm letting go only because the rest of it had nowhere else to go. Then paramedics, maybe. Hands. Sirens. A blur. A doctor showed up later, a man with a beard trimmed down to corporate acceptability tablet in hand. He walked me through the damage like he was explaining a scheduling conflict. "We had to repair significant trauma to your left forearm," he said, tapping on a digital X-ray on the screen. The image showed bones I knew were supposed to be straight, sitting in fragments and curls. The radius was, frankly, it was shattered. The ulna showed unusual erosion along this segment here. He pointed to a section where the bone seemed thinner, scalloped, like someone had taken a rasp to it. "Eroded," I said the word thick on my tongue. He hesitated just long enough that I noticed. "Ground down almost," he said eventually, choosing his words with surgical care. Surface irregularities we don't usually see in a clean break. There was a lot of soft tissue damage as well. But we were able to place hardware and grafts. With time and physical therapy, you should regain some function. "Some," I repeated. He nodded, eyes doing that gentle negative thing. I stared at the X-ray. The spots where the bone had thinned were exactly where F-13's teeth had concentrated right over the old wound. The memory of that grinding chew slammed back in such clarity that my stomach flipped and I had to shut my eyes against the fluorescence. After the white coats came the suits. If you have ever dealt with corporate, you know the type. Middle-aged, tailored dark suit tie, just conservative enough not to be a personality. He came in with a detective in a sport coat, both of them carrying manila folders like they were props. "Mr. Redacted." The suit said, offering a hand I could not shake. He had a lawyer's smile, wide, almost sympathetic eyes, utterly dry. "I'm Michael. I represent Pet Labs' legal department. This is Detective Harrow with the city. Mind if we sit?" I did not say yes, but they sat anyway. The detective did the talking first. He asked about my night, power outage, storm, where I was when it went dark. Did I see anyone else in the building? Any evidence of forced entry? He never said the word animal first. He let me. There was something in there with me, I said, voice raspier than I wanted. It wasn't a dog. It was theirs. The experimental. The lawyer cleared his throat lightly. "We've reviewed what logs were recoverable," he cut in smooth. "Unfortunately, the power failure seems to have corrupted a significant amount of the security footage. The stress of the event may also be affecting your recollection." "Stress," I repeated. "You have cameras everywhere. You told me that a dozen times. And they rely on power, Mr. Redacted," he said, still smiling like we were discussing a power bill. "The backup systems did not perform as designed. It's a matter we are addressing internally." "What I'm trying to understand?" the detective said, flipping open his folder to a grainy printout, me on a stretcher arm wrapped in so much gauze it looked like they were moving a rolled mattress. "Is how you ended up with those kinds of injuries alone in a building where we found no sign of anything else." I stared at him. "You didn't go down to B3. Basement levels are sealed," the lawyer said quickly. "Per decommissioning, and per court order in light of ongoing litigation. It's a restricted environment. We can't have unnecessary personnel. There's a dead thing in a box and bones all over the floor." I snapped, voice cracking on the last word. The monitor beside me beeped a little faster. "You left me there with it." The detective's eyes flicked to the lawyer, then back to me, expression settling into that neutral concern they teach cops in seminars. "Mr. Redacted," the lawyer said, lowering his voice into a tone that probably worked great in mediation. "What we have is an older facility, some structural issues, a massive storm that caused a catastrophic power failure, and a single employee who panicked in the dark and suffered a serious accident while attempting to evacuate. We are very grateful you survived. Pet wants to make sure you are taken care of." He slid a folder onto the tray table at my right. It bumped the plastic cup, tilting the straw. "In there is a settlement offer," he said. "It will cover your medical expenses, compensate you for lost wages, and provide an additional sum in recognition of the trauma you experienced. In return, we ask that you sign an updated non-disclosure agreement and a simple statement confirming that you were disoriented during the blackout and injured yourself in the process of trying to reach the exit." I stared at the folder like it might hiss. "So that's the story," I said. I attacked my own arm with, "What teeth?" He spread his hands. "As I mentioned, the footage is unfortunately incomplete. The EMTs noted substantial blood and signs of a fall near mechanical access areas. Concrete edges can be very unforgiving." "You calling this a dog bite?" I asked. The detective shrugged a little. "We've seen wild animals get into buildings in storms before. If there was an animal, it's not there now. No prints. No carcass. And like he said, the power. They built it," I said, staring at my bandaged arm. "They kept it. You saw the bite patterns." The doctor's words about erosion echoed ground down. The lawyer's smile thinned at the edges. "There is a limit to how much anyone is interested in pursuing speculation, Mr. Redacted. You are alive. If this goes to court, everything in your past, your medical history, any psychological evaluations become fair game." That was the moment I realized how completely alone I really was. No spouse to back me up, no union, no one who cared enough to fight a corporation's PR team. Just a guy in a hospital bed with a ruined arm and a head full of things that sounded insane when you said them out loud. I did not sign then. I did not say I would not either. "I need to think," I said. The lawyer nodded, unbothered. He was used to people thinking they had options. Of course. We'll give you time. But there are timelines in play. It's better for everyone if we resolve this quickly. They left in a waft of cologne and faint printer toner. The room felt larger without them, and somehow emptier. Later that night, after the last nurse had done whatever they do with charts and IVs and try to rest, the world shrank down to beeps and shadows again. The TV on the wall played a muted infomercial blue light, flickering across the opposite curtain. My roommate, a man I had only seen as a shape under blankets, snored softly on the other side of the thin divider. Pain meds pulled at my brain, dragging it towards sleep. Every time I started to slide under a dull ache in my arm would yank me back up. It was not just the incision sites, it was deeper. A wrongness inside the limb itself, like the bone, did not quite fit me anymore. Sometimes lying there, I felt a sensation I could not explain. A cold trickle, not on the skin, inside. Starting near the middle of my forearm and moving slowly downward like a drop of something sliding along the interior of the bone. It was faint but distinct, like when you can feel a spider crawling on you long after you've brushed it away. I told myself it was phantom sensation, nerve misfires, trauma. Around 2 a.m, the hallway got quiet. Even the nurse's shoes seemed to soften. The beeping of my monitor settled into a slow, steady rhythm. The storm outside had moved on, leaving only the distant wash of highway noise through the insulated glass. That was when I heard it. Tick, 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 tick. My whole body locked. The sound was unmistakable. 4 small taps, evenly spaced. The first time I had heard it, it had come from under my feet in an empty lab. Later, from a stairwell, from ductwork, from the underside of a guard room floor. Now it was closer. I held my breath and listened. The room was still. No footsteps in the hall. My roommate's snoring rose and fell, oblivious. The monitor beeped. A clock on the wall ticked. Tick, 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 tick. It was quieter than the ones in the building, but not by much. Sharper than a heartbeat, more deliberate than a coincidence. I felt it at the same time I heard it. Inside the cast, like someone had taken a pencil and was tapping it gently but deliberately against the inner wall of my own bone. The sensation vibrated up through the marrow, if that is even possible, into the meat of my arm, up toward my elbow. It was not pain, not at first. It was just contact. My fingers, wherever they were under all that padding and plaster, twitched. I did not call for the nurse. I did not move. I just lay there in that antiseptic, humming, fluorescent box, staring at the crack in the ceiling and listening to the faint, patient tapping coming from inside the part of me that thing had bitten the hardest. 7.2. Back home with a piece missing. When they finally let me go, Emopet was gone from my life on paper. The job was over, officially terminated, due to facility closure and ongoing restructuring. The settlement hit my account, a number that looked big until you subtracted the hospital bills, the physical therapy, the months of not being able to lift anything heavier than a cereal box. They brought the papers to my room in a folder with their logo on it, like they were delivering room service. The updated NDA was thicker than the one I had signed when I started. More sections. More clauses about proprietary biological assets, non-duplicable phenomena, non-disparagement. The statement they wanted me to sign had already been typed up. All I had to do was fill in the date and scrawl my name under the line about panic during a catastrophic blackout and self-inflicted injury while attempting to reach emergency egress. No mention of C-13, no mention of F-13, no mention of teeth. I signed. You can judge me for that if you want. It is easy to say you would have fought when you are not lying there with hardware in your arm, and a lawyer politely reminding you that your medical coverage is tied to your cooperation. They rebuilt my forearm as best they could. The doctor showed me another X-ray before discharge. This one looked less like a crossword puzzle exploded and more like a machine. Where my radius and ulna should have been, there were rods and plates, a lattice of pale gray grafts spanning gaps. Screws anchored the whole mess into what bone I had left. Biocompatible material, he said, tapping at the screen. It will integrate over time. You'll have some reduced range of motion, some weakness, but it's better than amputation. Better. That was the bar now. After a couple weeks, they kicked me out of the hospital and into a rehab schedule I could not afford to follow properly. The payout let me clear some debt and avoid immediate homelessness, but it did not change the math of my life. I rented the cheapest one-bedroom I could find. It sat behind a Walmart supercenter and a Speedway gas station on the edge of a Columbus suburb. A tired beige brick block of apartments with thin walls and a parking lot that never fully slept. From my living room window, if I leaned just right, I could see the top of the Walmart sign over the dumpsters. At night, the store's parking lot lights turned the clouds above it into a pale orange bruise. It was not much, but it was mine. 4 walls. A rattling AC unit jammed under the window, a fridge that hummed too loud a boiler in the basement, that kicked on with a low growl you felt through the floor. The carpeting was worn down to threads in the main paths. The bathroom fan screamed like a jet engine. The shower faucet dripped unless you found the exact angle where hot and cold made a truce. After Emopet, all of that should have felt quaint, normal, comforting even. It did not. Every sound became a threat auditioning for a part. In the Walmart parking lot, carts clacked together in long, chaotic parades pushed by kids in blue vests. The sound of metal banging metal would roll across the asphalt and reach my place as a distant hollow tack-tack-tack like claws on a larger scale. My upstairs neighbor had a little dog whose nails clicked on the stairwell every morning and evening, a rapid staccato on the concrete. It used to be a harmless suburban noise. Now every time I heard it, my gut clenched, until I saw the actual dog, small, yappy, very normal, straining at its leash. The boiler in the basement woke up whenever the building's vanes got too cold. From my apartment, that meant a low rising hum, and then a deep hoo-hoo-hoo as hot water forced its way through pipes that creaked and expanded in the walls. The first time I heard it in the dead of night, my body reacted before my brain could translate. I was off the couch and halfway to the door with my heart pounding, before I realized it was just heat, not some big new engine starting under my feet. The worst were the settling noises. Old buildings never really sleep. They just shift and sigh. Wood swells and contracts, metal flexes. Somewhere something always drips. Lying in bed in that apartment, staring at the hairline crack in my ceiling, instead of the one in the hospital, I heard it all. A crack in the drywall behind my head, making tiny ticking noises as temperature changed. The fridge compressor cycling on and off with a little clunk. The elevator in the hall shuddering to a stop on another floor, sending vibrations down the studs. So many innocent sounds that, given what I knew, could be something else. I tried to tell myself it was just trauma, that my brain had been trained to hear claws where there were none. It did not help that my arm would not shut up. The scar ran from wrist to mid-forearm, an angry pale line bordered by patches of mottled pink and yellow. The skin over it never quite settled. Even after weeks, it never dried out the way a normal scar should. There was always this faint dampness along the seam, like the skin was sweating there and nowhere else. Sometimes if I woke up at 3 a.m. and brushed my fingers along it, they would come away tacky. Doctors said it was the grafts, the body adjusting, nerves misfiring, scar tissue doing what scar tissue does. That might have been true. It did not change the feeling that the skin there was trying to split again. Like something underneath did not like being sealed. More than once, I caught myself scratching it without noticing when I was zoned out in front of the TV. Not a casual, absent-minded rub, a hard, dragging scratch, fingernails digging in along the line, reopening it. I would come back to myself with my hand wet tiny smears of red under my nails, a new sting in the air. I bought Band-Aids in bulk. Sometimes pressing a fingertip into the scar, I felt something hard under the surface, not bone. Bone is solid, a steady stop. This felt segmented, like there were little ridges there that had not been there before. When I tried to line them up with where the plates and screws were supposed to be from the X-ray, they did not quite match. I avoided pushing too hard. Part of me was terrified I would feel those ridges shift. After a couple months of waking up at every noise and staring at my arm like it was a stranger, I did something people do when they are scared and alone. I got a dog. Craigslist had an ad: pit mix needs new home. Good with people housebroken. The pictures showed a blocky-headed tan-white mutt with a crooked ear and sad eyes. The guy giving him up said his new landlord did not allow dogs. He met me in the Walmart lot right under the big W. The dog jumped into my back seat without hesitation, tongue lolling, giving my good hand a tentative lick when I reached back to scratch his neck. "He's a good protector," the guy said, shoving a bag of kibble at me. "Barks at everything. You'll feel safe." I did not say what I was actually afraid of. The first night I brought him home, he trotted around the apartment tags, jingling on his collar. His nails made a soft tick, tick, tick on the cheap vinyl kitchen floor. In the living room, he jumped up on the couch, circled 3 times and flopped down with a grunt that sounded too human. I watched him more than the door. Dogs know things. That is what people say. Earthquakes, seizures, ghosts, if you believe that kind of story. I figured if there was anything in that apartment I should be worried about, I would see it in him first. For weeks he slept fine. He claimed the end of the bed as his spot back pressed against my feet, snoring softly. When the building made its little night noises, sometimes he would lift his head, blink around, then sigh and go back to sleep. I almost started to feel stupid for expecting more. Life shrank down to small routines. Daytime, trying to do the exercises PT had given me with a resistance band and a plastic ball. Trying not to look at the surgical scars in the bathroom mirror. Walking the dog around the edges of the Walmart lot at dusk, watching families load up minivans, listening to carts clack in little herds. Nighttime cheap dinners microwaved on chipped plates, local news anchors with dead smiles, the hum of the fridge, the dogs breathing. The scar never really joined that routine. It stayed a problem. Always a little damp, always a little more sensitive than the rest of my skin. Some nights lying there in the dark, I would feel that trickle inside again. A slow, sliding sensation deep in the bone, as if a drop of something cold was moving only where no one could see. One evening, not long after I brought the dog home, I crashed hard on the couch after dinner. TV still on some faceless crime show, murmuring in the background. I lay there with my bad arm draped across my stomach, the other hand half in a bag of chips. The dog took the recliner like he paid rent, curled into a donut chest, rising and falling. I must have dozed off. I woke with a jolt. Pain lanced up my left arm, so clean and shocking. I made a noise I did not recognize. My first thought was that I had rolled and pinned it under me. I jerked upright, heart thudding, and looked down. The scar was throbbing. A single drop of blood sat at its center, fat and almost black in the lamplight. It swelled there for a heartbeat, then broke free, starting to slide down the inside of my forearm toward my wrist. I watched it travel. It moved slower than normal blood does when you cut yourself washing dishes. It clung to the skin, leaving a thin, dark trail behind. When it reached the ball of my thumb, it gathered again before making the final leap. It fell into my palm. You know how warm blood feels. If you have ever cut your finger or scraped a knee, you know that little pulse of heat. It is your body spilling itself. This drop felt cold, not icy, not dramatic, just wrong. Like someone had dripped water on me that had been sitting in a basement pipe all winter. My stomach turned. Across the room, the dog was on his feet. He had not come running to the door. He was not staring at the window. His eyes were locked on me, on my arm. Hackles stood up in a ridge along his back. His lips were peeled just enough to show teeth, but the growl stuck somewhere in his throat, more a vibration than sound. "Hey," I said automatically, voice shaky. "It's just me. It's okay." He did not look at my face. He could have been a statue with his focus that tight, every muscle, tensed weight, forward, ready to spring or bolt. His entire attention was pinned to the line of my scar and the little dark streak that led to the drop in my palm. For the first time since I brought him home, my dog looked at me the way a dog looks at a closed door when something is breathing on the other side. 7.3. The sound you might hear after this story. Right now it is 2:37 a.m. again. Different building, different job history, same hour. I did not plan that. I looked up at the microwave clock a few paragraphs ago and realized where the red numbers had landed and almost shut the laptop. Some superstitions you earn. Instead, I shifted the screen a little so the glare would not show the reflection of my own face and kept typing. The laptop is an old, refurbished thing I bought with what was left of the Mopet money, the plastic worn shiny where my palms rest. The fan runs louder than it should, a tired whine under my wrists. The keys stick sometimes. The space bar has a chip on one corner. The fridge behind me hums in that uneven rhythm it has, cycling between too quiet and too loud, like it is trying to sneak up on me. Every few minutes, the ice maker in the freezer knocks once as a cube drops a single hollow thunk. Outside my window, someone just slammed a car door in the Walmart lot. The sound came through the thin glass, muffled and distant like a gunshot heard underwater. A truck engine turned over, coughed and growled away. Tires hissed on wet pavement. Under the table, my pit mix is shaking. He is not the kind of dog that startles easy. He sleeps through fireworks. He watches thunderstorms with bored eyes. But right now, he is jammed up against the back wall under my knees, trying to make himself as small as a 50-pound animal can. Every time I shift my left arm over the laptop, his eyes track it. Not me. Not the window. Not the door. My arm. You probably know if you run a channel like the one I am sending this to what these emails are usually like. People want to talk about shadows in their hallway breathing behind their bathroom mirror the time they saw something in a campground that they swear was not a bear. I listen to those stories too. That is how I found you. I tried cops. I tried HR. I tried a therapist who wrote possible psychotic break, triggered by workplace trauma in a file I am never supposed to see. Every time I mentioned a hairless cat in a glass box that liked the taste of bone, I watched people's eyes go distant. So now I am talking to you. You, whoever you are reading this off a screen somewhere. Probably in a nicer chair than mine with better lighting, maybe with a cup of coffee that does not taste like gasoline. And you, if this makes it that far, the person in your car, in your bed, in your kitchen at midnight, listening to someone else's voice read my words out loud over a thumbnail and ads. I do not need you to believe every piece of this. I just need someone else to carry it for a while. Here is the part that bothers me more than anything I have already told you. I never saw a body. No one ever wheeled anything out of B3 in front of me that they said, "Hey, this is what's left of that thing." No one showed me a bag of ash and said, "All gone." I heard sounds. I saw the door close. I watched it trapped in the gap, and I watched that gap disappear. But after that, nothing. By the time anyone who was not me went down there. Emopet already had its story. Power surge, structural failure, contractor error. Nobody called me to say we scraped it off the inside of the chamber. You were right. The incinerator was in maintenance mode the night this all went down. You remember that part? I read the log myself. Incomplete reductions, combustion irregularities, auto cycle disabled. Best case, all that metal door did was crush it into smaller pieces and drop them into a cold box lined with ash and charred bone. Worst case, bits of it survived. Bits of tissue engineered to outlive everything a cat ever should, bits spliced and boosted and hardened by budgets and deadlines and people who thought they were building empathy in a can. Bits that had learned a taste. I keep thinking about the way the doctor described my bone. Eroded, ground down. Teeth did that, sure. But if you chew on something hard long enough, sometimes you leave something behind too. Saliva, cells. Little pieces of yourself you do not miss until they are somewhere they should not be. They put synthetic grafts in my arm, slid new material up against what was left of the real bone, encouraged my body to stitch them all together. If there was anything in that mess that was not quite me anymore, if any of F-13's mutated fear-soaked cells had made it into that wound, into that marrow, then the doctors did me a favor I do not think they meant to. They gave it a home. I am not telling you I have a monster living in my arm. I am not that far gone. Whatever their lawyers wrote about my mental health, I still know where the line is between possessed limb and something is not right here. But there are nights when I lie in bed, the dog heavy at my feet, the building making all its ordinary size, and I feel that trickle inside the bone. Like a drop moving, like someone running a finger along the inside of a pipe. There are hours, especially around this time of night, when the scar rises in a thin ridge along my forearm all by itself, like something underneath is pushing outward just to test the stretch. When I press my hand there, sometimes I feel something hard press back. Not bone. Bone is dull, solid. This feels narrow and curved, like the edge of a small shell or a tooth. You listening to this? Being read in that voice you came here for, maybe half asleep already, maybe scrolling comments with your thumb. Do me a favor. Notice where your arms are. I mean it. Right now. While you listen. Are your wrists bare? Is there skin showing? Or are you wrapped up tight? Are your hands dangling off the side of the bed or the arm of the couch? Is your elbow pressed against the wall? Pay attention to that for a second. Now listen past the story. Not to my fridge, hum my tired laptop fan, the ice knocking in the tray. Those are mine. They do not belong to you. Listen to whatever lives in your house. Your fridge has a voice. So does your heater. Your pipes, your AC, your neighbor's TV through the wall. Every house has a rhythm you stop hearing when you live in it long enough. Hear that. Now listen under it, because that is how it starts. Not loud, not dramatic, just a little offbeat sound that does not match anything else. 4 tiny taps. Tick, 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 tick. Could be the building settling. Could be a branch hitting your window. Could be the neighbor's cat in the hallway. Could be something else. I have heard that pattern under my bed in this apartment, soft like claws on the underside of plywood. I have heard it behind the fridge, a faint metal-on-metal kiss when nothing is running. I have heard it inside walls that no one but the electrician has any business being in. Worst of all, I have heard it when everything else was quiet, coming from inside the cast I do not wear anymore. That night in the hospital, when the world was boiled down to Arctic air and machine beeps, the taps came from inside my own arm. Like something in there was bored, practicing. As I type this, my forearm aches. Not the dull physical therapy kind. A deeper ache right in the center of the bone, pulsing in a rhythm that is not quite synced to my heartbeat. The skin over the scar just moved. I am watching it while I hit these keys. The line has lifted, rising along the bone like someone running a knuckle under a blanket from the inside. A pale ridge from wrist to mid-forearm, stretching the skin until it shines. The dog sees it too. He has inched backward under the table as far as the wall will let him go. His nails squeak on the vinyl. He is not growling. His ears are flat, his eyes huge. Every time my arm twitches, his body flinches like at a gunshot. I do not want to do this, but I am going to. I lift my right hand off the keyboard and lay the fingertips gently along the raised line. The skin is cooler than the rest of my arm. For a split second, the ridge pushes up against my fingers. Something hard and narrow shifts under there, like it is deciding whether it cares that I have noticed. The laptop screen flickers in my peripheral vision. The fridge hum drops a register. I can hear my own breath, ragged and shallow. The ridge peaks. For a heartbeat not longer, I swear I see it. Just under the skin, the scar tissue thins, and something white presses upward. Too smooth, too thin. Not the blunt flat of a human radius or ulna. It looks like a little fang, a miniature version of the teeth that once pressed directly into my bone, testing its texture. Then it slides back down. The skin settles. The ridge fades, leaving only the old, damp line. If you walked in right now and flipped on the overhead light, you would see a damaged arm and maybe think I had just flexed wrong. The dog does not buy it. He lunges out from under the table like something snapped and bolts for the far corner of the living room, nails scrambling for traction. He ends up wedged between the couch and the wall chest, heaving eyes locked on me like I am the thing that just walked through his door. I am almost finished. By the time the guy on your channel gets to this paragraph, if this email even clears whatever filters you have, this will all be old news. I might have signed another paper by then, or stopped answering calls, or finally found something sharp enough to get this thing out of me, or not. You, though, the one listening, will still be sitting wherever you are with your own sounds, and your own house, and your own skin. If sometime in the next few nights, you hear 4 soft taps under your chair, under your bed, or inside the wall behind you, call it the building settling if that helps you sleep. Just do not let yourself bleed where it can smell you, because I am starting to think it did not die down there. I think it learned a better way to survive. Tick, tick, tick.